and sometimes you're not. In any event, we're pleased that the event itself went off very well. There were about 6,000 to 8,000 people in Fort Erie spread out through the community, many of whom were in Crystal Beach, which did a fantastic job. The town emergency operations committee was in, center was in operation throughout the weekend, Sunday into Monday, and very good coordination between all of the partnering agencies and organizations. The traffic was busy immediately after the totality, but mostly clear shortly thereafter, and there were no incidents throughout Niagara really with respect to the eclipse, which is a tribute to all of those who are working so diligently to ensure that people were able to get into Niagara and get out without incident. Overall, the event was a success in Fort Erie, and it was unfortunate that the weather wasn't better all around. I do want to make a special shout out to the Crystal Beach BIA, which had events on Sunday and Monday, facilitated the flow of people out of the area after the eclipse yesterday by having a concert down in Crystal Beach. And I know they put a lot of time and energy in to the venture, and they're to be commended for that. There were some other events that took place in town. The Niagara Parks Commission had some events at the Old Fort, and there may have been some other activities as well. Actually, when the eclipse was total, some of you may have heard fireworks going off. Yeah. I don't know what that was all about. Well, I didn't hear them from the Canoe Club. They were closer to me, but if that was, yeah. Anyways, that, and they could have been from the States as far as I know. But I do want to specifically thank the Fort Erie town staff, the Fort Erie Fire Department, the Niagara Regional Police, the OPP and the RCMP, Niagara Emergency Services, Niagara Parks Commission and the Niagara Parks Police, the Niagara Region, several departments and their Niagara Region Emergency Management Team, the Emergency Management of Ontario, which had a representative here at Town Hall yesterday throughout the day, Canada Border Services Agency, Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, Canadian Disaster Relief Organization, the Canadian Red Cross, Canadian Coast Guard, POCOMAR, a number of Niagara municipalities, the Crystal Beach BIA, their partners, volunteers, and sponsors, the Ministry of Transportation, CP24, which provided exceptional coverage throughout the day down at Bay Beach, and also did some coverage prior to leading up to the event. Canadian Niagara Power, the Fort Erie Library, which supported the municipality by distributing eclipse glasses and collecting food donations, St. John's Ambulance, and the Peace Bridge Authority. There will be more with respect to the distribution of the solar eclipse sunglasses and the collection of food items. Right now, we're over 12,000 items and counting, and we'll be getting a fuller report on that, and I'll be providing the community with a report at our meeting on April the 22nd. That's it for announcements for the time being, although I would say that our next meeting is April the 22nd, which is Earth Day, and I know that there will be some events planned throughout the town, including some cleanups. The Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee is hoping to be able to plant a tree on that day, so hopefully that will go forward well. That takes us to declarations of pecuniary interest. Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a conflict on 7.3, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment at 1127 Garrison Road, and also a 7.4 PDS 1324, which is the zoning bylaw amendment information report for the same property, 1127 Garrison Road. My wife and I are in the catchment area for that property.
Are there any others? If not, we've got some public meetings coming up on Thursday, April the 11th. There's a public meeting, proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 436 to 440 Ridge Road North. Sorry, that's on April the 18th. The information report for that will be available Thursday, April the 11th. That meeting on April the 18th will take place here in the council chambers at 6 p.m. It's the only item on the agenda other than whatever housekeeping matters might typically show up on an agenda. Then there's also a public meeting, proposed zoning bylaw and official plan amendment for 3085 Dominion Road. That will take place on Monday, April the 22nd, 2024, during our council meeting, starting at 6 o'clock here in the council chambers. The information report for that application will be available at 5 p.m. on April the 19th. And then finally, there's an open house for a proposed draft plan of subdivision on Hendershot Drive. That open house takes place Tuesday, April the 23rd at 5 p.m. here in the Town Hall atrium. We have a couple of public meetings this evening. The first public meeting relates to property at 146 and 019-200 Hahn Road. That meeting will be held not only here, but it's also accessible by digital means. The public meeting process basically is this. We will hear, council will hear from a staff member, some background information relative to the application. Then the staff member will answer any questions that members of council have. Thereafter, we'll ask the proponent or the proponent's agent to address council. And again, that agent or the owner would be subject to any questions by members of council. Thereafter, I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in favor of the application other than the proponent. And after that, if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or to ask any questions about the application, they will be subject to any questions that councillors might have for clarification. And then after that, I will go to Mr. Patton, who will be advising if there's anyone in the digital waiting room who wishes to address council. After that, I'll ask the clerk if we've received any information since the report has been published where anyone wishes to address council for or against or to raise questions. And after that, I will conclude the meeting. We will then proceed to deal with report PDS 12-2024. And once that's completed, we'll move on to the next public meeting, which relates to 1127 Garrison Road. And the same process will be followed. After that public meeting, we will deal with PDS 13-2024. So let's start with the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 146 Hahn Road. The staff member that will be presenting information to council this evening is Ms. Marina Schaffa. And don't be nervous. We know this is your first time, but we'll give you lots of latitude, and I'm sure you'll be fine.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and residents in attendance. My name is Marina Shafaq, Junior Development Planner with the town. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information and recommendation to Council for zoning bylaw amendment application for the subject lands known as 146 Hahn Road and 0-19200 Hahn Road. The application was submitted by the agent, Evan Sutkin, from the Erie Group on behalf of the owner, Fernando Perla. The subject lands are proposed to be rezoned.
Excuse me. Volume there.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry.
The subject lands are proposed to be rezoned from residential 2 zone to a site-specific residential 3 zone to permit the construction of 2 semi-detached dwellings containing a total of 4 units. The notice of today's public meeting was provided in accordance with the Planning Act by placing a sign on the subject lands and circulating a notice of public meeting by mail to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. The recommendation report is also being presented to Council the same evening as there has been low level of interest from residents in the area. This slide shows a timeline of the development application process. The proposed planning application is subject to a 90-day processing and review timeline, where the time begins the day the application is deemed complete and will stop the day Council makes a decision on the application. Right now, we are at the public meeting and recommendation report stage and day 60 of the 90-day timeline. The subject lands are located within the urban area boundary and in the Crystal Beach neighborhood. The subject lands are currently vacant. They are located on the east side of Hunt Road and have a combined lot frontage of 32 meters and a lot area of 992 square meters. The subject lands are located in walkable distance from Crystal Ridge Park and local commercial stores. The neighborhood predominantly consists of detached and semi-detached dwellings. There are semi-detached dwellings right beside the property to the north. Here. This is a picture of the subject lands from east view of Hunt Road. This is a picture from the north view from Hunt Road, south view from Hunt Road, and west view from the subject lands. The subject lands are designated low-density residential in the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan. The semi-detached dwellings are permitted use in this designation. The site is fully serviced with municipal water and sanitary services. The proposal will provide a more efficient use of vacant lands that have access to available municipal servicing through infill development, as encouraged in town's official plan and Crystal Beach Secondary Plan. The subject lands are currently zoned residential 2 zone in the town's zoning bylaw. Permitted uses in the R2 zone include single detached dwellings and accessory buildings. Semi-detached dwellings are not permitted in this zone. Therefore, the applicant aims to rezone the subject lands to residential 3 zone, which includes appropriate regulations for semi-detached dwellings. Future consent applications would be required to create 4 proposed lots, as shown as in the consent sketch. The first site-specific provision is to reduce the minimum unit frontage from 9.5 meters to 8 meters per unit. Staff are supportive of this site-specific provision because each pair of semi-detached unit has a combined frontage of 16 meters. In a staff opinion, they can harmonize well with other semi and single detached dwellings in the area. Also, the lot frontages in the Crystal Beach neighborhood are various in size, so in a staff's opinion, the reduced lot frontage will be compatible with the surrounding. The next requested site-specific provision is to reduce the minimum lot area from 305 square meters per unit to 207 square meters per unit. Staff are also supportive of this site-specific provision because the lots are able to accommodate modestly sized dwellings that comply with the required setbacks to maintain space for landscaping, amenity area, drainage, and parking as per the town's zoning bylaw. This slide shows a conceptual elevation plan of the buildings. A public open house was held on February 29, 2024. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands were notified of the meeting. Town planning and the agent were in attendance, and only one member of the public attended the open house. There were no objections to the proposal, but residents wanted clarification on the impact of the development. Staff have also received one letter of objection from one resident a day before today's public meeting. The topic included short-term rental use. Residents asked what the intent of the proposed dwelling will be and whether they will be used as short-term rental. From town's perspective, short-term rentals are subject to the owners obtaining a license from the town. The short-term rentals shall meet the town's regulations. The agent, however, can provide more details about their intentions. Both residents were also concerned about the proposal because, in their opinion, 4 additional residential units can significantly increase traffic and disrupt the safety and identity of the neighborhood. The application was circulated to town's development engineers and fire department, and in their opinions, 4 additional dwelling units will have a minimal impact on the existing traffic. One of the residents was also concerned about the impact of new demands on the existing sewer system. Town's development engineers had no objection on proposal, which means from the town's staff perspective, the impact of 4 units on sewer system will be minor. Thank you very much for your time. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schaff. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Marina. Thank you for your presentation. You did a great job. What is the width of the road? I know that was some of the comments.
So the width of the road is 9.2 meters right now. And we got concerned about the impact of traffic on the road because in residents' opinion, it's a narrow road, and the 4 extra units can affect the traffic there. So I talked about these concerns with our development engineers, fire department, building, and also our infrastructure servicing staff. So from planning, there's no objections, but if the residents are concerned about the traffic, we have traffic committee that can address the impact of traffic on the neighborhood through sign and other traffic plans.
Thank you. That's
You're
all.
welcome.
Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Ms. Schaff. That was an excellent job.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I would ask if the owner, Mr. Perella, or his agent, Evan Sugden, would like to address council. And Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room that would respond to either of those?
Yes, Your Worship, I'm moving them in now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm obviously not Evan Sugden. I am Rochelle Rock, a registered professional planner with the Bigly Erie Group. I am filling in for Mr. Sugden this evening, who was double booked with another public meeting. I do have a short presentation. Town staff have done an excellent job, so I will be very brief in my presentation.
That's always music to our ears.
So let me figure out how to share this. Have to do it. Okay.
Okay, we can see it.
Perfect. So just to quickly provide another overview, the property is approximately 987 square meters in size with 32 meters of frontage and approximately 30 meters of depth. It's currently vacant, located in an area that's predominantly low density residential uses with an existing semi-detached residential use immediately north. Just closer view of the property. To give a bit of context about some of the amenities that it is close to, Bay Beach is to the southwest, Crystal Ridge Community Church, Waterfront Park, schools, fire station, and other parks are all within close proximity to the property, some of which, well, just about all of which are within walking distance. To give more context, pictures to the north of the existing semi-detached dwelling, to the east, residential uses as well as a parking lot, and then residential uses to the south and the west. The property is identified within the region's official plan as being within the delineated built-up area within the town of Fort Erie. These policies identify that these are the areas to be the focus of growth and residential development as well as commercial development within the regional municipalities. Within the Fort Erie official plan, it's identified as being urban residential, which allows for a fairly large range of different residential uses. Singles, duplexes, semi-detached, townhouses, multiple units, dwellings, apartments, and accessory apartments, amongst other uses. It's also identified as being within the Crystal Beach secondary plan and is identified again as being within the built-up area and being designated low-density residential. It's worth noting that the permitted uses within the official plan allow for single detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings within this low-density residential designation. The property is zoned R2, which permits the single detached dwelling. Through discussions with staff, it was identified that rather than creating a site-specific R2 dwelling to allow for the permission of a semi-detached dwelling unit on each of these lots, the most appropriate way to deal with it would be to provide a site-specific R3 zone, which already allows for those semi-detached dwellings. There are some site-specific amendments required, which were identified specifically to deal with the frontage and the lot area, but it's worth noting that these reductions will not result in a reduction of the overall or an increase in the overall lot coverage, which would decrease the amount of amenity area for residents. So there will still be plenty of area for rear yard amenity area for any of the future homeowners. And the intent of these exceptions is to recognize modern building designs for semi-detached dwellings and with effective interior floor plans and provide regulations that maintain compatibility with the surrounding area. Again, these are the site-specific details for each of the lots, which staff have already reviewed. The elevations of the front and the rear of each of these dwellings, providing a two-story dwelling, which will have one parking spot provided within the attached garage, as well as one parking space within the driveway. And this is what the future severance will look like once the foundations of the buildings are poured. So overall, the proposal supports the region and the town's pursuit of a high quality of life by contributing to the range and mix of housing units and types throughout the urban area. It's our professional opinion that it's appropriate and desirable for this area. It's consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan, conforms to the Niagara Regional official plan, as well as conforms to the town of Fort Erie official plan policies and those within the Crystal Beach secondary plan policy. It generally maintains, except for two, the intent of all of the regulations within the zoning bylaw and represents good planning and land use for the neighborhood as well as the town of Fort Erie. So thank you very much. I'm available for any questions should council have them.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaRocque. Do any members of council have any questions of Ms. LaRocque? Apparently not, so thank you very much. I'm going to go then to anyone other than the proponent or his agent who wishes to speak in favor of the application. Please come forward. Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room that has raised a hand to speak at this point? Okay, then I'm going to go to, is there anyone in the audience here who wishes to address council or to speak in opposition to the application? Please come forward, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening for letting me address the council and the room. My family has owned the property across.
Your name and address. For
Oh,
the
sorry,
record.
excuse me. My first name's Adam, and my last name is Croglia, Croglia, and my address is 151 Hahn Road.
Thank you.
My family has owned the property there at 151 Hahn Road since 1948. Before that, it was next to the Palmwood on the water, and they literally put it on a truck and moved it to this neighborhood. So I have, very deep roots to the area and care a lot about the little community that's around us. And I'm not really opposed to development. I think development is good. I think that we should build something on these lots, certainly, but I am very much opposed to a 4-unit development like this that's in a spot that really should have 2 freestanding houses on it. This is an attempt to squeeze as much square footage in a small area as we can to let people, and people will profit off of that on the back of this community. And just yesterday, the property was listed for sale again, so there's a continuous transfer of ownership. You don't really know who's going to be building this or in charge of it. And I think that has to result in the conclusion that this is to try to make as much money from whomever possible with little regard for what the community really wants and what's best for this neighborhood. A couple key issues that I want to identify is that the house this doesn't really fit the neighborhood. I want to comment on something that was said a couple of times, and that was this emphasis on the semi-detached house just above it. That's like the only one in the area. I think it's interesting that that's been flagged so many times, and I think that the reason that has been flagged is to lead you to think that there's a lot of those around, and there's not. It's like the one that's there, and I think that's interesting that that's been highlighted so many times. And I don't really understand why we're trying to cram so much into that little spot. You saw the pictures. Most of these are single floor residences that are very modest in nature, and what you saw in the pictures just stand out like a sore thumb. It's not really what I think is best for the residents from a number of regards. It's also going to be like the tallest thing in the neighborhood too. This is going to stand out in many, many ways. There are also, subdivisions around that are not full yet. This is not like the last buildable lot in town where we need to fit as much as we possibly can. The traffic and parking are of a significant concern to me. Frankly, I think the road there will just become a driveway for these 4 houses. There's no reality that I live in that would tell me that no one's going to fill up their garage with some stuff and no one's going to have any guests over. And if those few things happen at the same time, and let's say maybe a couple of these houses want to have a guest, or a couple of these residences turn into Airbnbs with 3 bedrooms, now we have potentially 3 cars per unit. Now we've got 12 new cars on the street. We talked about the width of it. If you drive down the road right now and there's a car parked on the street, you have to drive off the road to go on it. I think that the woman from staff did a great job too, and she's been very helpful to speak on the phone. And I think she acknowledges, in an unmitigated way, that there is this issue with maybe we should make the road one way, maybe we should have no parking signs. So we are definitely changing the neighborhood. By definition, we're changing it. We're now going to have to reroute traffic because of this development, and there's just not the physical space to put all of these extra cars there. Another issue that I have that is more personal to my home and nature is an issue with the sewer. We've had countless big bills that we usually have split with the town because no one's really sure what's wrong with the sewer. But I know in the bottom of my heart that if this is built with that much extra volume, we are going to be the recipients, and we know which way that falls, and we're on the low end of the street. And I just object to, based on the nature of preferential treatment. I'm not sure why this moment is different from others, and past developers had to adhere to strict guidelines, especially the frontage. You know, going from 30 feet to 26 feet is a big difference. So I kind of can't understand exactly how someone could articulate that if we drop from 30 to 26, we actually haven't lost space. That doesn't really jive with me. I'm not sure, I didn't understand that exactly. And 9.5 to 8 meters, it's not like we're close. It's not like we're rounding and we need a little leeway here. You know, I think this fundamentally changes, because it's not just, you know, reducing 1.5, it's that times 4. So that's like really shrinking what this is going to have as an impact. And, you know, the other issue I take with some of what was presented is it was framed as not really, excuse me, objected to by the residents. And this is new, so I understand why I shouldn't have that. But I do have a petition signed by more than half of the homeowners on that street that cite exactly the issues that I'm raising here as why we have to object to this. And am I able to, like, submit this to the record to somebody, the petition?
Yeah, if you hand that to Councillor Noyes, she can pass it on.
And just one more comment before I do. I think the only reason why it doesn't have 100% of the signatures is a few people weren't home when I went to do this afternoon. So I'd be happy to redo this with 100% of the neighbors objecting to this project. Thank you. So I have no additional points to make, but I do request that council side with history and with practicality and with safety, and we allow this wonderful neighborhood to stay the way it is, and, you know, build a couple of houses there. No one is saying we can't build something, but we need to be somewhat reasonable to what's there, what the neighborhood is, who lives there, and what's best for the community. I guess that's it. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quillia.
Thank you.
Do any members of, before you go, come back, in case there's any members of council that have any questions. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Adam, for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. One, you mentioned some drainage issues or sewer issues. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I can. My mom could tell you more about it because I wasn't the person in charge, so to speak, when the sewer issues happened. But basically, we are one of the few homes that have a basement on the street, and we had to have like a pump installed that pumps everything north, up. And I know that the junctions have to do with like things that were routed like under the road that are on the other side of the street. So there is like long history to those issues. So it would make sense that perhaps the present day folks responsible for that utility said that it was okay, but we've had, and I could give you documentation, I'm sure, of like what exactly the issues were if you'd like, because it certainly is there's a number of concerns. That's a real one that's like unique to us. The rest of them are kind of more global in nature.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, there was a question that you had asked, and I will make it a question so I don't get in trouble for not asking one. But in terms of the comment about this isn't the only lot and there's other subdivisions that are being built or lots that are being infilled, we cannot control whether an application comes before us for approval. And I just didn't know if you were aware of that or not, that it is time-stamped in terms of when the application comes forward. But I do hear your concern there. I will follow up with you on the infrastructure concern that you mentioned. And the other is just a comment, if I may, Your Worship. I do agree with the comment in terms of not quite fitting with the look of the neighborhood. When you look at the cause study report that was done back in the early 90s in terms of what houses should look like in the Crystal Beach area with porches and gables and peaked roofs, etc. I would share that concern that it doesn't quite fit that, and don't you agree? Because it has to be a question for them.
I agree, sir, that it does not fit the area, and I think the more we have opportunity to make something immensely special with Crystal Beach, we have to think for the long term, and I think the more that we could stick to some of the rules that we've played by for a very long time and not allow preferential treatment in moments of perceived need, I think we'll all be happier that we did that. I think that we'll be all think that as we continue to mature, there's only more opportunity, and I think we'll only enjoy more development realistically throughout the future. And I think it's our burden to bear that we make sure we do that prudently, and do it in thinking with what the rules are, and to be mindful that we're kind of at the end zone of a lot of this development. We should probably leave the rules the way they are.
Well, thank you for your presentation, and I will follow up with staff, and I know the developer's listening as well. So thank you for coming forward.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you, thank you very much for your presentation this evening and the comments you shared, as well as the petition from your neighbors. I'm a little confused, though. You've mentioned the phrase preferential treatment twice. What do you mean by that?
If you're making this exception, that would be not following how the normal procedure would be, showing preference to one group. I'm just against showing preference to one group, and that's why I am, an adherer to the rules.
And if I may, Your Worship, you are aware that any property owner anywhere in the province of Ontario can make an application under the Planning Act, and that's what this is. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions by members of council? I just have one question, Mr. Crowley. I know that you communicated with me earlier, I think it was yesterday, and did you have an opportunity to read the staff report with respect to this matter?
I did.
Okay, so you understand that council has to be guided by a variety of policies, both provincial, regional, and local?
Mm-hmm.
You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council or speak in opposition to the application? Mr. Patton, can you check to see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room in that regard? Okay. And, Mr. Clerk, have we received any correspondence with respect to this matter since the report was published?
Your Worship, no additional comments were received.
Okay. If there are no other individuals that wish to address council on this matter, I'm going to close this public meeting. And before I go to report PDS 12, I just want to point out that I neglected to indicate that there is an addendum to this evening's agenda. We have a presentation now that is part of our agenda that Elizabeth Latif is going to be speaking to when she addresses council. And also we have an additional delegation, Mr. Lee White, with respect to a request for a minister's zoning order. So I'm going to put PDS 12, 2024 before council. Do I have a mover? Councillor Dubanow. Well, I saw your hand go up, and yeah, that's fair. Any questions or comments with respect to the recommendation contained in the report? This is a recommendation report. Councillor Noyes.
My only concern, I do understand the problem with the parking of the 3.5 meter driveway. Is there any way that driveway could be made wider? Because again, if the garage, right now it's 12 feet at 3.5 meters. If it was made a little bit wider, then there probably could be 2 cars parked in that if there was a guest or a visitor.
Well, Ms. Schaffe, have you looked at this? This is with respect to the width of the driveway. It says it's 3.5 meters. Or Ms. Dilwaria, would you prefer to deal with that? Ms. Dilwaria? We'll let Ms. Dilwaria deal with it. Because I think what's important is 3.5 meters a standard driveway width?
Your counsel, through you to the councillor, the typical requirement for the width of the parking space is 2.7 meters. This is over and above. And typically, we would require 1 parking space per dwelling unit. In this situation, they are providing 2 parking spaces, 1 in the garage, 1 in the driveway. So technically, they are oversupplying parking.
Councillor Noyes?
And I appreciate that, and I understand that. I also understand that most people don't park in the garage. And so with the road being so narrow, I have concerns that exactly how one of the residents commented that there'd be parking on the street. So if there is a way to increase it a little bit so that there could be 2 cars parked in the driveway, I think that would be beneficial. But if you can, that's great. If you can't, you can't. But it was just a thought.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes? Anyone else? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship, and maybe a question through you. I'm wondering if we approve and go to R3, residential 3, are we able to put a time stamp on this approval so that I noticed there were for sale signs on that property that would ensure that there was building take place on that property within a given time frame?
Ms. Dilwaria?
Your worship, through you to the councillor, that is a tricky path to take. We would have to impose a condition in there that the zoning, we'll have to put a sunset clause on the zoning, that the zoning would be in effect for next 2 years. We haven't done that in past, so I would be a little cautious putting that clause in there. But once the zoning is approved, it's my understanding that the applicant wants to proceed with the development, with the construction as soon as possible. But we have the applicant's consultant online as well. Maybe she can answer what are the timelines for construction.
Ms. LaRocque, if you're still available, can you respond to that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding from my client is that they plan on proceeding as soon as possible to construction.
So then a 2-year sunset clause with respect to the zoning wouldn't really be an impediment to your client?
For you, Mr. Mayor, it wouldn't be an impediment, but I would have concerns about how that would be applied in terms of the Planning Act, because you're almost looking at a temporary use bylaw or some sort of time frame on a permanent bylaw that wasn't applied for and has different regulations and different provisions under the Planning Act.
Thank you. Councillor Flagg, back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. The rationale, I think, is obvious that we are doing an awful lot of work for individuals to flip land, and I'm just getting concerned by the number of properties that are available for development that are not being developed. And I hope that as we move forward, we will be more diligent in trying to find individuals that want to work within the town, not just to flip the land, but to develop. And I will take this individual at their word and trust that the agent is providing us clear details that they will be building forthwith. Thank you.
Okay. Any other members of council? Ms. Dewari, just for clarification, an R3 designation zoning, even site-specific, isn't one of the zonings that would permit an application for a short-term rental? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct. R3 zone does not permit short-term rentals. If
So-
the owner wants to proceed, they would have to obtain a license from the town.
They'd have to obtain a zoning change, would they not?
Because currently the short-term bylaw is under appeal. We don't have a bylaw in effect. So that's the reason that they would have to obtain a license, which is a practice for everybody as of now.
Right. Should the bylaw be approved, the R3 zoning doesn't qualify for a short-term rental license.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, then I'll call the question. All those in favor of the recommendation? That is unanimous and that is carried. That takes us to the next public meeting, which is with respect to an application for a zoning bylaw amendment for 1127 Garrison Road. And this is going to be presented to council by Daryl Vanderveen. Good evening, Mr. Vanderveen.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, members of council, and members of the public who may be here in attendance or following this public meeting on Zoom or YouTube. This is the public meeting for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 1127 Garrison Road. The owner is Trinity Star Aquila Inc., and the principal of that corporation is Dunstan Peter. The agent is NPG Planning Solutions Limited, and they're being represented by Azwari Modak and Aaron Butler. So the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the subject property. The application is proposing to rezone the subject lands in order to facilitate the development of a 3-story mixed-use building on the northern portion of the site with 340 square meters of commercial space on the ground floor and 10 residential dwelling units above on the second and third floors. In addition to the 3-story mixed-use building, the applicant is proposing 3 blocks of 3-story stacked townhouses on the southern portion of the subject lands with a total of 80 dwelling units. The existing retail store on the subject lands will be demolished. This zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to change the zoning of the front portion of the subject lands from highway commercial C3 zone to a site-specific highway commercial C3 zone to permit the mixed-use building. The zoning bylaw amendment is also proposing to permit the proposed stacked townhouse dwellings and to change the zoning of the rear portion of the subject lands from neighborhood development ND zone and environmental conservation EC overlay zone to a site-specific residential multiple 2 RM2 zone. Notification of the April 9th, 2024 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a public notice sign on the subject property on March 19, 2024. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on March 19, 2024. So this is a timeline of the application thus far. Staff held a pre-consultation meeting on the proposal on May 12, 2022. The application was deemed complete on February 23, 2024. A public information open house was held on March 20th, 2024. And this evening is the statutory public meeting and also the staff information report, April 9th, 2024. In accordance with Bill 109, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is subject to a 90-day processing and review timeline. The clock starts the date that the application is deemed complete, which was February 23, 2024, and will stop the day council makes a decision on the application. Today marks day 46 of the 90-day time frame. This application will be subject to refunds if the 90-day timeline is exceeded. The deadline for a decision on this application is May 23, 2024. The subject lands are located in the Crescent Park neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the south side of Garrison Road. The parcel is within the urban boundary. The site is approximately 1 hectare in area and has 66.4 meters of lot frontage. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, Garrison Public School and commercial and residential uses along Garrison Road. And I just want to point out I had Birdie Public School in the report, so I apologize for that error. To the south, vacant residential land associated with the draft-approved Crescent Acres subdivision. To the east, existing residential uses along Garrison Road. The parcel immediately adjacent to the subject lands is zoned for a mixed-use building and an apartment building at the rear. To the west, existing commercial uses along Garrison Road. The subject lands are commercial in part and urban residential in part in the town's official plan. An official plan amendment is not required for this application. There are no significant natural heritage or natural hazard areas located on the subject lands as identified in Schedule C and C1 of the town's official plan. The subject lands are within a zone of archaeological potential according to Schedule D of the town's official plan. A stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment was completed for the site and concluded the site is clear of archaeological resources. The C3 zone to permit a 3-story mixed-use building with ground floor commercial units and 10 dwelling units located on the second and third stories. The southern portion of the subject lands is currently zoned ND zone and EC zone and is approximately 0.65 hectares in area. The ND zone only permits existing single detached dwellings and accessory uses. This zoning bylaw amendment is proposing to change the zoning of this area to a site-specific residential multiple 2 zone to permit the proposed 3-story stacked townhouse dwellings and to implement the development proposal. And to reiterate, the application is also proposing to remove a small area of environmental conservation EC overlay zone along the western property line. You can see that EC area marked here in green. I just wanted to note that a peer review of the functional servicing report submitted as part of the application For this proposal, identified that there is a capacity issue at the Alliston Sewage Pump Station to the east that is owned and operated by Niagara Region. Staff will address this in the future recommendation report. However, it is likely that a holding zone will be required as part of the zoning to address this. So this is the preliminary site plan. I'm just going to kind of point out the major components of it. So that dotted red line roughly in the middle is the zone boundary between the C3 zone and the proposed RM2 zone. The building to the north, marked in blue, is the 3-story mixed-use building. Again, ground floor commercial uses, 10 residential dwelling units on the 2nd and 3rd floors. This structure here is one of the 3-story stacked townhouse dwellings. There's 28 dwelling units proposed in that structure. There's another structure directly east of it, again 3 stories with 28 dwelling units, and a 3-story stacked townhouse dwelling or building on the south end of the property, which is proposing 24 dwelling units. This application is proposing to change the zoning of the subject lands in the northern section, which I have shown here, from highway commercial C3 zone to a site-specific highway commercial C3 zone. So just to identify the zoning departures in this area, they're proposing a reduced front yard setback from 15 meters to 9.6 meters. They're also proposing to increase the building height for the mixed-use building from 2.5 to 3 stories. This is the zoning, the proposed RM2 zoning for the stacked townhouse dwellings. The site-specific RM2 zoning is proposing the following: to add stacked townhouses as a permitted use in the RM2 zone, to limit the height of stacked townhouse dwellings as proposed, so that would be 3 stories and 12 meters maximum, to permit reduced minimum lot area per dwelling unit from 115 square meters per unit to 83 square meters per unit, to permit a reduced parking rate from 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit to 1.3 parking spaces per dwelling unit, and also to permit 24 parking spaces for the stacked townhouses to be located in the C3 zone portion of the subject lands. Oh, sorry, there's one additional. To permit encroachment of a sunken patio, so that's a patio that's below grade, into the rear yard, a 1.9 meter encroachment. Oh, and just to illustrate this, some zoning relief is also required for parking area setbacks and reduced planting strip widths. That's 3 meters to 2.6 meters, located in these pinch points. So yeah, just to sort of go over where all the parking is allocated on site, I created this drawing. So again, this is the zone boundary between the C3 zone and the RM2 zone for reference. So in this yellow area, this is within the RM2 zone, 80 parking spaces for the stacked townhouse dwellings are allocated. That would be 1 parking space per dwelling unit. In the C3 portion, 24 parking spaces for the stacked townhouses are allocated in the C3 zone. These would be for visitor parking spaces. There are 24 of them. 12 parking spaces for the commercial uses in the mixed-use building are located here at a rate of 1 space per 30 meters of square floor area. That would be in the red area as shown on this drawing. 10 parking spaces for the residential units in the mixed-use building are provided here, as shown in purple. That's 1 parking space per dwelling unit. And there are 5 additional parking spaces on the site that are located here. So in total, this proposal is proposing 131 parking spaces on site. So just to go over a parking breakdown for this proposal, the commercial uses in the mixed-use building under the zoning bylaw, 12 parking spaces are required. The proposal is for 12 parking spaces to be provided on site. The residential uses in the mixed-use building, 10 parking spaces are required, 10 parking spaces are being provided. The stacked townhouse dwellings at 80 dwelling units Under the zoning bylaw, 120 parking spaces are required. This would be 80 for the dwelling units themselves and 40 for visitor parking. What's being proposed is 104 parking spaces. That would be 80 for the dwelling units and 24 parking spaces for visitor parking. Again, just to highlight, there are 5 overflow excess parking spots on site. So in total, under the provisions of the zoning bylaw, 142 parking spaces are required. The current proposal is proposing 131 parking spaces. Overall, the site is deficient by 11 parking spaces. This is looking south into the site from Garrison Road. This would be the existing retail store. This is more or less where the proposed mixed-use building will be located. This is looking south from the rear of the existing retail store. So this is, again, this is more or less where the stacked townhouse dwellings would be located. This is looking north towards Garrison Road. Again, that's the retail store on site. It's a little hard to see, but you could also see the signalized intersection at Garrison Road there and Garrison Public School across the street. These are renderings of the proposal. So at the top there, the 2 drawings are the front perspective and the rear perspective of the mixed-use building. Just want to point out that the commercial units, the main entrances, will front onto Garrison Road. The residential dwelling units will be accessed from the rear, from the parking area. And the 4 pictures below are renderings of the stacked townhouses. This is a rendering of the entire site. So the image at the top would be looking at the site northeast, and the rendering at the bottom would be looking into the property southwest from Garrison Road. An information open house was held in person in the atrium of Town Hall on March 20th, 2023 from 5 to 6 p.m. for this proposal. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands were notified of the information open house via mailed notice by staff on March 6, 2024. The meeting was attended by 2 members of the public, the agent and town staff. No major concerns were raised by the public at the information open house meeting or in email correspondence received to date. The 2 residents who attended the open house meeting were in support. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Van der Veen, thank you very much for the presentation this evening. Can you scroll back to slide 9, please?
Sure.
So,
Just bear with me. I got a bunch
that's
of
okay.
auto-populated. Which one? Oh, here we go.
that'll work there. Thank you very much. So, looking at the layout of the buildings there, we have Block B and Block C, which are 2 stacked townhouse units to the north, and then we have Block D, which is another stacked townhouse unit block to the south. And on the architectural renderings that you provided, and from here it appears that we have almost fire escapes, stairs out the back, and I'm just wondering, why are those on Block B and Block C, but not on Block D?
I think I would leave that to the agent to explain that, and we could expand upon that in the recommendation report.
That's fine. I'll leave it for the agent. Thank you very much.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the presenter. Thank you for your presentation, Darren. In the environmental conservation, the EC zone, they want that removed. And it looks like from the pictures that you showed on there, that there's trees on there, like it's kind of like a tree line. What, if we don't remove that, if we want to keep the trees there, how will that affect the proposal?
Staff could speak to that in the recommendation report. What I will say is we did circulate our former senior environmental planner who did a site inspection and noted that it was just kind of a small vegetated area. It wasn't deemed to be very significant, but we could speak to that in the recommendation report. Just on the zoning side, I'm just going to go back to the zoning map. So the Crescent Acres subdivision, which is now draft approved to the south, that narrow strip of EC overlay zone was part of that larger parcel. Through the planning process for that development, the EC zone got removed from the entirety of the Crescent Acres subdivision there. So this little strip there on the west side of the subject property is a remnant.
My next question is about the exit, like where the road goes onto Garrison. And there's a walkway to Garrison Public. Will that coincide with the lights that are there?
Yes. We would have a separate kind of site plan process where we would examine the layout of the proposal in a little bit more detail, but the intent would be that all the internal pedestrian walkways on site would integrate with the sidewalks along Garrison Road and also integrate with the pedestrian crosswalk connecting to the Garrison Public School to the north.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Mr. Vanderveen, just so that I'm clear on this, the proposal is to zone this RM2, but then there are, for the residential part, then there are, I think, 9 specific modifications of that zoning, plus the request to include stacked townhouses as a permitted use. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to the core mixed use, there are 3 or 2 modifications proposed?
Just to clarify, there are 2.
Okay. And does RM2 permit short-term rentals?
Again, kind of expanding on Director Delware's comments, we don't really have any zoning regulations at the current time that are in effect. So the zoning doesn't really speak to it at this time. So as it stands today, there are no existing regulations in the zoning for short-term rentals in the RM2 zone.
Unless we made a specific provision to
That's
prohibit short-term rentals.
Yes.
And could you move to maybe slide 11? Slide 11 and 12 showed the parking. The one you had rather ingeniously color-coded it.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. This is it.
So in the RM2 zone, if you utilized only the RM2 zone and determined how many parking spaces in that specific zone, how many units could you build on that part of the property?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I would assume you would, if they were to contain everything in the RM2 zone, including visitor parking, they would have to lose approximately 10 or 15 dwelling units, possibly more.
Could we go to the next slide? Okay, so it's 1.5 units, parking spaces per unit in the RM2?
Yeah, to clarify, we don't have a definition for stacked townhouses right now. So at the pre-consultation stage, we thought it would be best to apply the parking rate for apartments to that type of built form.
Right, which is what RM2 would permit?
Yes.
Okay, so so this indicates that there are 104 parking spaces that could be provided?
Yes.
At a ratio of 1.5 per unit, we simply can calculate that that's provided spaces, but that 104 includes the 24 from the core mixed use area?
Yes, the C3 zone, yes.
Okay, so then it's really 80 spaces that would be available, and 80 represents, times 1.5 would be around 80. Okay. And in terms of the height, there's a request for an increase from 2.5 stories to 3.
That is correct.
And if it seems to me that there are 4 units stacked, one on top of the other here. So it may be 3 stories, but one of the units will be essentially half underground. Is that correct?
We could ask the agent to maybe expand on that, but you're referring to the mixed-use building?
No, I'm referring to the stacked townhouses.
Oh,
which are
okay, right.
Four high.
Yes, I believe that's correct. Perhaps the agent can provide more information on the architectural layout of the actual units.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes us then to the proponent or the proponent's agent. And I see that Mr. Butler is here, and I presume he's the agent. Good evening, Mr. Butler.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of council. Savri Modak is here as well, one of my colleagues from NPG. She's online.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could bring her in. She'll be doing the presentation. But if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, before Savri starts, I can speak to a few points that Mr. Vanderveen has kind of referred to us.
Sure.
So first, Councillor Dubanow, with respect to the fire escapes. So you're right that blocks B and C, which are the kind of ones that are oriented north-south, have fire escapes at the rear. And the block D, which is oriented east-west at the back of the site, doesn't have fire escapes. That's because the internal layouts are a little different in those units. Blocks B and C, there are 4 units stacked on top of each other. And internally, they have shared common staircases, some of the units. So the upper floors are sharing a staircase to get up to their units. And my understanding is under the building code, when that happens, you need a second means of egress. And what we've looked at, the architect has attempted to design those kind of sympathetically, the fire escapes at the rear. But we'd be happy to kind of look even further to use some kind of enhanced architectural treatment on those fire escapes. And we have some good examples that we could point you to. We don't have those here this evening, but we could perhaps provide those to staff as part of the future, bring back to council as part of a future recommendation report to show how those architecturally can really be features instead of looking like staircases. With respect to Councillor Noyes' comment, I'll just mention, I think Mr. Vanderveen hit the nail on the head that that EC is a remnant from the adjacent subdivision. I don't think there's any harm in removing the EC zone because it doesn't really have natural heritage prominence. It's not an important natural heritage feature, but certainly through the site plan process, there would be a tree preservation plan, which would be reviewed by your staff to determine if any of those trees should or could be kept along that property line. And Mr. Mayor, just on a couple of the points you made with respect to parking, I guess I just want to reiterate that you've kind of asked the question about 80 parking spaces in the RM2 portion, and I think it's about 55 units would equate to 1.5 units per spaces there, per parking space. The zone boundary is existing, and we're working with the zone boundary that's there between commercial and residential. And at the end of the day, this is going to be one parcel. It's going to be one development. And so really what we're asking for is that some of the parking spaces for the residential is going to be north of that commercial boundary, and they'd be signed appropriately and everything through the site plan control process. But it is going to be one parcel, one condominium corporation at the end of the day that deals with the parking on the site. And to the unit layout, I don't want to steal Ms. Modak's presentation, but in terms of the unit layout, you're right that the first level, kind of level 0, is partially sunken, so it's partially below grade, and then you have 3 stories above that. So perhaps Ms. Modak can, if she's not in already, she maybe can take over from here on our presentation.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, who is it again?
It's Savri Modak. Savri is an intermediate planner with NPG Planning.
Good evening, Ms. Modak.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Darren. Thanks, Darren, and thanks everyone for the opportunity to discuss the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application today for 1127 Garrison Road. I'll also be as brief as possible. Darren has provided details regarding the development, and Aaron has also clarified a bunch of things regarding the points that came up. So I'll just be adding on to that basically. So I am sharing my screen here. Okay. So the map on the screen basically provides the context for the site. The yellow star that you see indicates the location of the site. And the two circles that are there, they represent distances of 500 meters and 1 kilometer from the site. So a 500 meters radius typically represents a 6-minute walk. And within this radius, there's a diverse mix of restaurants, commercial, retail services, as well as institutional uses. Additionally, when we go further out, there's parks, golf courses, grocery stores, schools, and churches that are in the nearby community. The site is also adjacent to Highway 3 Garrison Road, which is a regional and an arterial road. Now, zooming a little bit further into the site, we can see some adjacent uses, which Darrell also covered off, but there's essentially a school and commercial uses, as well as some residential uses to the north of Garrison Road. To the east, there are lands that were approved for a proposal consisting of a 3.5-story mixed-use building at the north of the site and a 4-story residential apartment building at the rear of the site. And to the west, there are commercial uses and vacant land that is zoned for highway commercial use. And lastly, to the south and southwest, there is vacant land that was recently approved for a draft plan of subdivision, which includes single-detached, semi-detached, as well as townhouse dwellings. Overall, it is evident that the site is surrounded by various amenities as well as some upcoming developments. So town staff did share a site plan in the presentation. We would also like to share a massing diagram with you. And this speaks more to what Aaron was also explaining with regards to the units. So the colors in the massing diagram represent the separation of the residential units. The blue color in block A represents 340 square meters of commercial use on the ground floor of block A, which is also in line with the highway commercial designation that applies to the front of the site. And additionally, there are 10 dwelling units that are proposed on the upper floors of Block A. Now, blocks B, C, and D are located towards the middle and the rear portion of the site, and these total up to 80 dwelling units. Now, as shown by the colors, the units are divided on top of one another, and basically each stack of units has access to their separate staircase to the exterior. Now, overall, in terms of the entire lot, the proposal includes a total of 90 dwelling units across these 4 blocks on the site. And there's a mix of 4 unit typologies that are proposed currently, which include 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. And then there's a 2-bedroom plus den unit that's there. Here's a more enhanced rendering that gives an idea of what the proposed blocks would look like once built out. And it's important to note that the proposal also allocates over 30% of the site's area to landscape coverage, and there is a total of 131 parking spaces that are proposed to accommodate the commercial and residential uses on the site. Delving into the specifics of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application, as Darrell mentioned, the front of the site is currently zoned as highway commercial zone, and the application seeks to modify this to a site-specific highway commercial zone, and we'll discuss those site-specific requirements in one of the next slides. Now, the rear portion of the site is currently zoned as neighborhood development, and that small sliver of land that Aaron mentioned to the west of the site, which is zoned as environmental conservation overlay zone, the proposal aims to rezone it to a site-specific RM2 zone. Darrell already summarized the open house meeting and that there were no concerns or objections raised at this meeting, so I'll directly move on to the staff comments. So we would generally like to say that we are open to the suggestions provided. To elaborate, a further reduction in the front yard setback for the mixed-use building, which is Block A, was suggested. And we are already proposing to reduce the minimum front yard setback, and we don't oppose a further reduction. staff can tell us what they'd like to see and what they would like the front yard setback to be, and then we can adjust the bylaw accordingly. Now, in terms of comments that related to narrowing of the existing driveway, as well as considering connections in the neighboring properties, we can definitely explore these and nail it down further with staff at the site plan stage, especially considering that the draft plan for the lands to the west has already been approved. So we'll need to work with that. And lastly, with regards to confirmation of capacity at the Alliston sewage pumping station, we agree with staff's comment regarding the confirmation of the capacity and understand that a holding zone may be applied to address this. Going and circling into the site-specific requests that we are asking for. So for the highway commercial zone to the north of the site, we are requesting 2 site-specific provisions. So the first one has to do with the minimum front yard. Again, we are open to reducing this further as per staff's recommendation. And the other thing we are asking for is an increase in height from 2.5 stories to 3 stories, but the building would essentially still be 12 meters, which is permitted in the current zoning. Moving on to the RM2 portion of the site, we are actually requesting for 6 site-specific provisions. So 6 and then the 2 for the north portion, so a total of 8 for the entire site. So the site-specific requests include adding stacked townhouses as permitted uses, reducing the minimum lot area, and decreasing the parking spaces to 1.3 spaces per unit. So like Aaron explained, some of the parking spaces for the RM2 portion would be located towards the north of the site, which is currently zoned as that C3 portion. Now, the application also seeks permission for sunken patios at the rear of the site to encroach 1.9 meters into the rear yard. Despite this proposed reduction, the patios will still maintain a 5.6 meter distance from the rear lot line. A reduction of 0.4 meters in the minimum distance of the driving lane to the lot line is requested. This adjustment is necessary to accommodate the back-out lanes in the parking area. I think Darren had a circled out site plan which showed those 3 areas where that adjustment is required. Lastly, a technical provision is being added to allow for 24 of the residential parking spaces to be located in the highway commercial portion of the site. So, to summarize, the surrounding area, we saw that it features commercial, residential, and institutional uses along Garrison Road, with medium density residential uses to the east of the site and a mix of residential densities to the west and the newly approved draft plan of subdivision. So the proposed development of 90 residential dwellings on 1127 will offer additional housing opportunities while respecting the existing neighborhood character and also efficiently using the subject lands. The stacked townhouse development will also be able to provide varied housing options in the town, offering 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units that could cater different households. And because of these reasons, we believe that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment does represent good land use planning practices and serves the public interest. It's also supported due to its conformity with the provincial and local plans, and we believe that the proposal is also located appropriately and is compatible with the surrounding land uses. So that concludes our presentation for today. We thank you for your time, and Aaron and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Just with respect to the Alliston pumping station. So after we received the comments through the town's peer reviewer that there's potential issue in terms of capacity, wet weather issue at the pumping station, our client's been immediately working with the region and the town basically to help everyone understand the issue. What we're attempting to do is install wet weather monitoring devices. So really to give the town and the region some additional data about the situation that's actually happening at the pumping station. And I know the region's kind of coming out with additional data on that too. So my point is that our client's been kind of actively working with the region and the town for resolution on that issue, which would be a resolution not only for this site, but for the pumping station, the area as a whole.
Right, regardless, the region is asking for holding
Yeah.
provision
Yeah,
until that
we
gets
understand
sorted
that.
out. So going forward, who's going to be responding to questions, you or Ms. Modak, or both of you?
If you can direct them to me, and then I'll either respond or direct.
Okay, unless there's something specific for Ms. Modak, and she can stay in the room. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Butler, it's very good to see you again. Welcome back. Just going back to the issue of the fire escapes that you had briefly touched on, are there any other examples of stacked townhouses anywhere in the Niagara region that have fire escapes of this nature?
I'd have to get back to you through you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies. I'd have to get back to the council on that. I can't think of any off the top of my head that have that. As I said, we'd like to also show you kind of architecturally in some more detail what that would look like with architectural enhancements.
And that's fair. And if I may continue, Your Worship, and just for some clarification too, because I'm a little confused, and perhaps I didn't clean it out perfectly from the report. Are there 4 units stacked on top of each other in each of these blocks?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for blocks B and C, yes.
Okay. And to expand on that, so residents who would purchase a unit on the top floor, they would be going up, let me think here, a half a flight of stairs to get to the first level, and then 3 additional, 1, 2 to get to the top level, so it would be 3.5 flights of stairs?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that math works out right. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. That's interesting. And the final question that I have, because it's second last question. In light of the fact that we're stacking 4 units on top of each other, what's the rationale for doing it like this rather than a traditional apartment that can be better, at least from what I see here, a better use of the land to get more parking and other things? Why aren't we going taller rather than having multiple stacked townhouse buildings on the property?
Sure. Through the mayor, so I think it's an economics thing. In terms of long-term maintenance of these buildings for the future residents, the stacked townhouses have less common area in terms of hallways at the least than an apartment. And so the future homeowner, their condo fees are going to be lower for a stacked townhouse unit than they are for an apartment unit.
And if I just follow up on that, but there are common areas because that's why we have the fire escapes on the back, because there are shared staircases inside to each unit. You had mentioned that earlier. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, not for every unit, but
Okay.
for the third and fourth story. Sorry, not the third and fourth. The second and third story units in buildings B and C, they share a staircase. Yeah.
Okay. And my last question, and it's more about my vision of the community and what I think Fort Erie looks like in a town like this. Are you guys married to the architectural design?
Through the mayor, we're certainly happy to take your feedback on that and work with your staff.
I'll have some comments during the
on
report.
material, color. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Happy to hear that.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Mr. Butler. Mr. Butler, my first question is, I don't know if it was you or the other person talked about that the lower apartments, the one that's sunken, it's partially sunken. What does partially mean?
Through the mayor, basically, they're walking down a partial set of stairs. So think of a raised bungalow almost, where the basement's partially above grade, similar to that.
I get that. I
Yeah,
just want to know
that's-
how much, okay, I see the windows. How much of that apartment, that unit is below the ground? Like if it's like an 8-foot ceilings, how much?
Yeah, Mr. Butler, I saw a conceptual design. Do you guys have that here that you could flash up?
Sure.
So that they can see that it's half of the units would be below ground?
Yeah, I can share that.
Yeah, so as the Savary is pulling that up, we can look at those renderings. that more of the unit than not is above grade than below grade.
Okay, thank you for that. In regards to the sunken patio, so if the patio is sunken, and I understand you still have 11 feet or whatever, to 5.6 meters for the backyard, they would then have to climb up to the ground level, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe this picture actually kind of shows that as well. This is the front of the units, but you can see where the railing is there. That's the unit that's partially below grade and partially above grade. And so on the rear of these, the same, is similar elevation. It's actually not block B and C, it's block D. There's basically a similar situation happening where there's a patio at the rear so they have an individual kind of privacy area that's just sunk almost below grade like that. You see it often and think of like a brownstone type of development that has a staircase that goes up to some units, half a staircase that goes down, and there's an area partially below grade that's open, right? It's open to the outside, to the exterior, but the surface of the patio is actually just below the grade. So, and that's the area that we're requesting for the permitted encroachment into that rear yard, is that patio.
I can't say that I'm totally following all that. I would think that if I'm walking out of my patio doors into the backyard and there's 4 feet above and 4 feet below, that my patio is going to be probably 5 feet below the ground level. And then I would have to, how would I get to the grass?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'd have to look at site plan and at building permit on, exits from there. This drawing shows it not in 3 dimensions, but shows it on the 2D. But if you were to exit to the grass, you are walking up out to the lawn area. You're walking up a set of stairs. Yeah. These are accessed internally from the building, of course, too.
Yeah, I get it. Kind of, yep. I mean this in the nicest way. Kind of looks like a big playpen. That basically it's there, and you're surrounded. The patio is basically lower, and then there's walls around you.
Mm-hmm. And through you, Mr. Mayor, there's examples we could show you of that are built, maybe to get a better feeling for what that looks like.
In regards to, okay, so if I own the lower apartment or the lower, it's a condo, right? If I own the lower condo, do I have the right, who has access to the grass around me? I know my patio is mine. Mm-hmm. Who has access to the green space surrounding that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that's a condo decision for sure. Typically, the grass around the buildings is common. It's common to any users. So that's part of the common elements of the condo corporation. And then the condominium units themselves are the interior portions of the building.
Thank you. In one of your renderings that I don't know where they had the green space, it didn't look like there was a lot of common green space area other than surrounding the buildings themselves, like large enough to put picnic tables and things like that there. Am I correct on that, or is there?
Through the mayor, there's it's really you're right, it's the exterior kind of around the buildings, and with respect to blocks B and C adjacent to those blocks, so those are the kind of longer north-south units, there's substantial space. There's more than required by the zoning bylaw in those areas. So if the condominium corporation, we could look at where should some amenity space go? Is there a gazebo? Is there picnic areas, to your point? I think there's certainly space on the property for that.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm hoping that some of that area is like say a gazebo or a barbecue area or something like that, because you have 90 units I think planned, and and I would imagine some of these units are going to have children in them, and you would like them to have someplace to go. Mm-hmm. I guess my last question is going to be in regards to the price point for this. Do you know what the price point is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't right now. Say with the market changing, although our client intends to build these as soon as possible, the price points, they haven't completely decided on the price point. What I'll say is there's definitely going to be varying price points given the bedroom count and the unit sizes. So we have, as Asaveri mentioned, 1 bedroom, 2 plus 10, and 3. So there'll be different price points throughout.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members? Councillor Christensen.
To follow up, through you, Your Worship, follow up on Councillor Noyes' last question. What is the size of the units?
So, Asaveri, I wonder if you can put that to the councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor, in square feet for bedroom sizes.
Just multiply by 9.
You say it like that's easy. But just for simplicity, instead of speaking in square meters, we'll share the square footages here that we can relate to.
So the 3-bedroom units have a minimum square footage of 850 square feet. For the 2-bedroom units, it's minimum square footage of 645.8 square feet. And for the 1-bedroom units, it's 538 square feet.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Christensen?
More questions?
Any other members of council? So, Mr. Butler, I'm sure you're aware that I had meetings with your clients prior to them putting forward a plan, or are you not?
Yes, I'm aware, yeah.
And so you're aware of the fact that I attempted to discourage them from this type of proposal?
My understanding, Mr. Mayor, and this is kind of through the process, I'll say, as we're into design, that your preference was maybe for apartments as opposed to stacks. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, correct. And the reason I mean, I'm sure you can anticipate that the reason I raised that tonight is because I would imagine that there's been a fair bit of work and studies done by the developer to put forward this proposal, which you may be getting the sense isn't necessarily a favored approach for this council. Are you getting that feel or not? And if not, what would it take for you to get that feel?
I'm hearing a lot of good questions, Mr. Mayor. The question on why stacked townhouses versus apartment. My understanding is, the stacked townhouses are simpler to build. They, in terms of the market we're in, I'm not a market expert, but we're seeing stacked townhouses in other parts of Niagara kind of being built probably more rapidly than apartments and sold. So to me, the stacked townhouses they're a form in Niagara especially that the market, it's kind of in between your typical single or semi and townhouses that families or single people or couples or elderly or anyone can get into at a price point that they can get into. And to me, there seems to be kind of more of a reluctance in the market for people that are used to living in ground-oriented units. There's more of a reluctance to get into an apartment unit. And that's why I think the stacked towns are suitable in between. And quite honestly, I don't see the hesitancy of this form. They are similar to apartments with less, common hallway and common space that needs to be maintained. They're similar in form. And even further to that, we have a location here I think that's very suitable for them as well, along Garrison Road and near amenities and schools and churches and parks and everything else.
Well, I understand that Garrison Road is an arterial road, but you would agree with me that this isn't, we don't have the transportation system in Fort Erie that they maybe do in Niagara Falls or Mississauga or Oakville. I think you'd agree with me on that.
I'd agree with you on that, but as it relates to apartments versus stacked towns, I don't see the connection, respectfully.
Is it necessary to have an elevator in a 4-story apartment building?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Mayor. I'm not a building code expert, but our
So how-
architect's on the plan.
How do these units become accessible? In other words, if you can't march up 3.5 flights of stairs, how are they accessible?
I'd have to go back to the architect on that, on how certain units could be accessible or not. Something I can follow up with you on.
Well, I'd be very interested in knowing that. You've talked about the market. So has market research been done to see whether this is a type of housing that is going to be embraced in Fort Erie?
Mr. Mayor, I haven't personally done that. I think my client's done their due diligence and kind of done their due diligence with, whether an apartment form could work financially as well in terms of being able to build it and being accepted by the market. They lean towards stacks over apartments.
You've made a couple of references to the pricing and what have you, and yet you've indicated that you don't really know what the price point is. Do you have a range as to what the prices might be?
No, I don't.
Is it fair to say that these will not be affordable within the meaning of CMHC or any other affordable housing definition?
I don't think so, not in that definition, but they'll, as I said, some, because there's a range and some of the smaller units will be closer to that.
So who would the target market be for these units?
This is anecdotal. I don't have who they're marketing to, but it could be anyone, singles, couples.
Well, we know it's not going to likely be older
families.
people because they would have to climb up the stairs. If it's younger people, married couple as an example, it's fair to presume that in today's age there would be two people who have jobs and may very well each need a vehicle. So if that's the market, 1.3 parking spaces per unit may not be adequate. Would you concede that?
Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't necessarily concede that, because not all of the units are 2-bedroom. Not all of the units are going to have 2 people living in them. And some might have 2 bedrooms with a single parent and a child. But I would also go back to there's no difference in that respect between the stacked townhouses and an apartment form.
No, and that's why parking continues to be a concern that I have, and that's why I raised it before. I am interested in knowing how much, who the target is for your clients. And I'm also interested in knowing what their anticipated price range might be for these units. Councillor Dubanow made reference to vision. Your client's responsibility may be to build housing units and generate revenue. That's fine. That's what business people do. We have a different responsibility. We have a responsibility to grow this community with an overall vision that's reflective of what's here and what the aspirations and expectations of the people who live here are. And we know that there will be people moving in, but it's, from my observation, I don't see a lot of people in Fort Erie buying these units. I see a lot of people coming in from outside of Fort Erie, and that's fine. That's been happening, particularly young families. But there's very little green space, and you have recommended, or staff has recommended, and you apparently are pursuing an RM2 zone with a plethora of site-specific modifications, which is always discomforting at least for me, I don't know about other members of council, but it's always discomforting for me. So one would think that if you're going to be wanting to build units on a piece of property that you buy, that you would at least try to match whatever zoning it is you're trying to move into. And this RM2 zone actually is designed for apartment buildings, is it not?
That's right. Stacked townhouses aren't in the bylaw, in the parent bylaw.
Right. So why would we, as a council, agree to that permitted use when we've already got a perfectly usable use as an apartment building, which is what we think we do need?
I think we're talking about the difference between stacked townhouses and apartment. I think we have different opinions on that, stacked townhouses offer an opportunity for people, whether they're here or whether they're moving into Fort Erie, to afford a unit that is kind of more similar in terms of being ground oriented to a townhouse than living on an upper floor of an apartment building.
If your client were, so as an example, with respect to the parking, why wouldn't you seek to change the zoning on part of the north parcel, which is commercial right now? The zoning change would be to commercial or to core mixed use. Why wouldn't you try to split that zoning on that parcel?
I think, Mr. Mayor, it's really 6 of one, half a dozen of the other in terms of the approach to how the bylaw is written, where the language we're proposing accomplishes the same thing, as opposed to rezoning from C3 to something else.
In terms of the bylaw, you've indicated that your client is quite intent on proceeding as quickly as possible. And what about a time limitation with respect to the zoning change that was asked by one of the councillors for the previous zoning change request? What about that?
As I said, they do intend on moving forward as fast as possible into site plan, condominium, and building. I would sort of echo similar comments that the previous presenter made on whether that's permissible to do under the Planning Act in an application like this. I'm not a lawyer, and council can do as it wishes, of course.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You can also appreciate, and I know that you were in the municipal world at one point in time, so you know that we have many, many applications that we've approved that just haven't really moved forward.
I understand that. Yeah.
So part of our problem is that we've got this, housing inventory of approved and draft approved units of almost 4,000 in this community, and we keep getting more requests, and nothing seems to move. So we're looking at ways that we can encourage that flow to continue as opposed to at a certain stage and then stop. I did have one question of your colleague, but maybe you can answer it.
Yeah.
She indicated that this type of development is compatible with the neighborhood. There's nothing like this in Fort Erie and nothing particularly like it in the neighborhood. So what makes this compatible with the neighborhood?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm sure you've heard this opinion from planners before that compatibility doesn't mean the same as. And so, I don't look to, just because there aren't other stacked townhouses nearby, doesn't mean this isn't compatible. If you took that approach, there would never be anything that's new built because it's not exactly the same as what's in the neighborhood, a new form, right, if you will. But setting that aside, compatibility, we're looking at height, we're looking at building massing, the provisions of the zoning bylaw on landscaped area, setbacks, and things like that. We're not seeing anything that would lead me to believe that, the 3.5 story building on this property isn't compatible with adjacent properties and, with the neighborhood. We look to the east and we have an apartment building and a mixed use building, which haven't been built, which haven't been built. Right, I'm talking about approvals, and those haven't been built. And to the west, the subdivision to the west with townhouses and semi-detached we're not seeing any conflicts between this form, which is, fairly low rise in terms of height, still within the 12-meter height provision of the bylaw. That's going to lead to compatibility issues.
So, yeah, I think you'd be on more solid ground if you were asking for so many modifications to the zoning, but that's not even a question, and I'm not going to pursue
Sure.
that. Thank you very much for the time that you've spent, Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Your questions actually made me think of something, and as well as Mr. Butler's response. You had mentioned about stacked townhomes being a built form that's becoming more common in Niagara, and I would tend to agree. I see them in St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, well, and elsewhere. And I even know in some older areas, like, outside Ottawa, we had family in Orleans. They lived in a stacked townhouse complex that was built, I think, back in the 80s. So they've certainly been around a while. But my view of a stacked townhome has always been 2 units. It may not necessarily be 2 floors. It could be a 2-floor townhouse and another 2-floor on top. Or it could be a 1-floor and a 2-floor, or a 2-floor and a 1-floor. Are you able to provide any other examples of 4-floor stacked townhouses anywhere in the Niagara region?
I'll certainly look for those, Mr. Mayor, through Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Any others? Thank you very much, Mr. Butler.
Thank you.
That then takes us to anyone other than the proponent or the proponent's agent who wishes to speak in support of the application. Please come forward. If there's no one here in that regard, Mr. Patton, anyone in the digital waiting room? Is there anyone in the digital waiting room other than Ms. Modak?
One other, but I believe they're also represented.
Okay. Then is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or ask questions of members of council? Mr. Patton, anybody digitally waiting to address us? Mr. Todd, any correspondence relative to this matter since the report was published?
No written comments were received, Your Worship.
Okay, then I'm going to close this public meeting, and we're going to move on to report PDS 13-2024. Do I have a mover? Councillor Lewis. That report is on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Dubanow, then Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm pretty much just going to summarize the questions and the points that I raised during the public meeting and the presentations this evening. I'm fairly progressive, if you will, in my view towards development. I try to look for compatibility within existing neighborhoods. So, you don't put a tall condo in the middle of a, single-family residential neighborhood. You try and maintain a compatibility. And I look at a property like this, and it certainly, at least in my opinion anyway, is a little more compatible with, getting into mixed-use development, apartment-type development, more, mid-level, higher density, and I'm open to that. I'm despite the differing opinions of members of this council, I'm even not entirely against the idea of stacked townhomes as long as it is a good plan that makes sense. I'm sitting here right now. I've got a stacked townhouse proposal in front of us that has fire escapes. It is 4 stacked units rather than the typical 1 or 2 or 2 plus 2 or 2 plus 1 that I'm typically accustomed to. I'm not aware of anything else like that existing anywhere in the Niagara region. I can't even think of anything like that in Hamilton, getting outside of downtowns or anywhere like that. I look at this and, there's that old saying, trying to, have your cake and eat it too. I think what the developer is trying to do with this, and I understand where they're coming from, you know, money makes the world go round, interest rates are high right now, we're in the middle of an affordability crisis, everyone is trying to do what they can to make things work, put products on the market that'll actually sell and actually contribute and generate revenue for them and contribute to the communities they're building. But when I look at something like this, and it's 4 units stacked on top of each other, that's an apartment. And whether it's a condo, whether it's a rental, I don't care, but that is an apartment. That is not a stacked townhouse. A stacked townhouse are 2 actual stacked, 2-story whatever homes. This is an apartment that they're trying to get exterior entrances on. And I have a lot of concerns with what we're trying to do here. I would much rather see 2 of these put back to back, build some common areas in. Yeah, the residents may have, higher condo fees. I think they'd have a better quality of life than having to go up all those flights of stairs or living in a basement. But that's just me. I have a lot of concerns about, and I try not to go too much on this because I understand beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and what I like may not be what someone else's likes. And I look at Gilmore Lodge; it's a more contemporary design, but I think it's very handsome, and I think it contributes to the community. And perhaps the renderings we get don't contribute to that kind of design. But I have concerns about the architectural design, and I'm going to be probably, as the month goes on, speaking more to how we can kind of maintain a kind of our vision of what we see Fort Erie as. And we've had some multi-floor buildings proposed in this community that are very, very sharp looking, very handsome looking. And I don't think it would cost anything more. It's just a question of who's doing the designing, what they're familiar with, and familiarity with the community itself. So I have a lot of concerns about this. I'm going to put this flat out there. I think this needs to be an apartment. I think we can do more. I think we can work together, have market units, maybe look at some affordable units in a matrix here where it allows the developer and the builder to actually have their side, what they want, and to have the profit margins they are required to remain profitability and make this project go forward, but to actually provide also something to the community. And this is a perfect opportunity to go higher, go bigger. There's some things we can do there. I don't mean to scare my colleagues here, but if there's an opportunity to get some affordability in here, we may be able to have that conversation, and this is the place to do it, on our arterial corridors, not in the middle of neighborhoods. This is where we should be having those discussions. So I know the applicant and their agents are here tonight. I hope they heard our comments. I hope they understand we want to work with them. We want to see something really nice happen with this property, but I just don't think we're there yet. And that's just my opinion. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dubanow. And with affordable units, there's a likelihood that you'd have lesser need for the parking spaces. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Dubanow said a lot of things that I would also concur with. Again, I think there is actually some stacked townhouses that are 3-story in Niagara Falls, I think on McLeod Road, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm assuming that they're stacked because they kind of look the same. And I will say that the green space and the maintenance of the green space when you drive by is not what you would want. And one of my concerns is that there's not really a lot of green space for common areas in this. Yes, there's green space that kind of goes around the buildings on the outside, but I don't know how well used that will be, the way it's set up, because it's not kind of like a meeting place, green space set up anywhere. The other thing was the accessibility issue, and I would understand that because there's no accessible apartments, there's no requirement for accessibility. I know with apartment buildings, there's, you have to make so many units accessible. So I would like to also see an apartment building. Again, I just concur with what Councillor Dubanow said, that it's not something that I can support at this time. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Your Worship, like Councillor Noyes and Councillor Dubanow, I have grave reservations. I would agree that it makes far more sense to have an apartment building. I've mentally been going through an actual sort of mental analysis of the people I know who will need this type of accommodation in the future. There will be older adults who want to downsize. There will be families with children. There will be singles. And I'm not sure, and again, I go to the accessibility issue, to the number of stairs, to the availability of green space just around the building that doesn't seem to me to be commensurate with the people we know who want housing units in Fort Erie. I may as well be blunt. The proposal is ugly. I'm sorry. No, I am not sorry. I do not. We make a lot of compromises with proposals in this town. We know that the town is changing. We have apartment buildings and townhouses in this town that are quite attractive. The opportunity for architects to demonstrate their capacity for using cladding and architectural features is immense and wide. And I look at this and think, why am I looking at this? I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. What the heck? I may as well say it. Yeah. There is an opportunity to do things, and the escape routes, the fire things, make it look like a tenement. It's not something I could support at all right now.
Anything further, Councillor Christensen? You're finished. Councillor McDermott.
Well, I tend to agree with pretty much everybody that spoke up to this point. I know that most of the people that I look to give me advice that are looking for places, this would not be one of those places. It's just not accessible. I worry about the fact if you really need to get out. If you're older, you have to do the fire escape route. I don't know, that's a little scary. Some days even I have a little bit of trouble getting out of my chair, getting down the fire escape would be a different thing. But I'm not really thrilled with the stacked townhomes. I'm not. I know building inspectors, they really hate them too because they're a little more work at doing inspections on because of the way they're set up. But I'd like to see them go back to the drawing board with planning, and I think apartments there would be ideal. And I think they're a lot easier to sell over those. The design isn't exactly what I'm used to. I've seen a lot of great designs of Ridgeway. This is like not one of those, right? So, I would go back and rethink that. It's very hard for me to support this evening, and I don't think there's ever been a time where I've not supported everything to move ahead. This is one that's caught my eye, and not in a good way.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Anyone else? Ms. Dilwaria, we have some experience working with developers in terms of affordable housing units, do we not?
Yes, Your Worship, we do.
And we actually have set aside money in an affordable housing fund in order to assist if developers are interested in going down that route.
That's correct.
And I take it that you've been listening intently, and you and Mr. Vanderveen, I'm sure, have been making notes with respect to what councillors' questions and comments have been?
Yes, Your Worship. After this meeting, maybe we'll set up a meeting with Mr. Butler and try to address these concerns.
I think aside from Mr. Butler, you may want to have a meeting with his clients. The two that I met with, one seemed to be quite capable of hearing. The other one, maybe not so much. So I would think if you do have a meeting, you can follow up. Maybe there's something that can be done with respect to the proposal to change it, but I think that would be advisable, because I can at least I can feel where this is heading. Thank you. Okay, if there are no further comments, I'm going to call the question. This is an information report only. All those in favor of receiving this for information only? That is carried. That then takes us to the consent agenda. We have a couple of reports. One is the minutes of the Land Committee of March 21st, 24, and also the annual investment review, and then the park naming proposal. Do I have a mover for the, does anyone wish any of the items taken out of the consent agenda? If not, Councillor Lewis, you've moved the package. Any questions with respect to any of the reports? Councillor Noyes.
Yes. Just a question in regards to the Land Committee for the outstanding matters. I know a while ago, I think we're going back probably 3 or 4 months, there was, and that came up at the Land Committee about the tennis club lease. And I haven't, it doesn't show up on the outstanding. I don't think I missed it.
I'm sorry, which was the item?
It would be the first one.
No. Which item are you referring to?
Well, I'm referring to an item that's not there under outstanding matters.
But if you tell me what it is, I can tell you whether,
Okay,
why it's not there.
The tennis club.
The tennis club.
It came up before under
Yeah,
under
okay.
that, and there was going to be a new lease arrangement or agreement, et cetera.
Yeah. Mr. McQueen, can you respond to that, why it's taken off of the list?
I think the Land Committee matters are ones that are a decision of the Land Committee when they come back here, and I think that matter was dealt with, the extension was brought back here. It was raised again, I believe, in a later matter on the capital budget, so I think there is still a plan to come back with a report to council on that. I can maybe look over at Mr. Walsh just to confirm that Mr. Hutton was to bring back a report on that. But I think at this point it was taken off of the Land Committee minutes because it's not a matter that falls under the terms of reference of the Land Committee at this point. But a report will come back to your question.
Yeah, so does that satisfy your question?
Yeah, and again, the lease did come up under the Land Committee minutes in the
that's
first
because-
place, so that's why I'm thinking that it needs to be followed up with.
Yeah.
But that's all, and a lot of the things in the capital, we did approve because we were anticipating that there'd be a new lease
Yeah,
agreement.
there is, and that agreement still has to be approved by council.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Dilwaria, I had asked, I think I had raised with you earlier today, a park naming proposal for the park in the High Point subdivision. There was a comment received about whether Indigenous name had been considered, and I don't know whether that was dealt with here. I think it makes sense to call this the High Point Park, but do you know whether there was any outreach with respect to potential Indigenous names? If not for this park, whether that will be something considered in the future?
Yes, Your Worship. So as part of this process, we did not consult with the Indigenous group because that's not our policy currently. We just advertise through social media, the different platforms that the town has. But we can definitely look into future how to update the policy and include, prepare stakeholders, and the Indigenous group would be part of that stakeholder group.
I think in view of our relationship with the Indigenous community, that would certainly make sense.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Any other Councillor Noyes?
I just wanted to comment because Jonathan isn't here today, but we have somebody new, and Jonathan's missing a good report. I mean, we're getting more money from the that would be CO
She happens to be the author of the report, so you can say
Okay, well,
whatever,
that's good.
whatever
that she-
complimentary
that
things you wish to
she's
say.
here. And I just wanted to comment that it's nice to see that we're going to be able to put more money towards the reserves, and I think substantially more, and I think that's a good news story.
Right.
And I'm sure she'll let Jonathan know, too.
I'm sure. Well, my experience with Carly Griffin has been certainly very, very satisfactory, and she does a very good job, so congratulations. Any other questions? If not, I'm going to call the question with respect to the consent agenda. All those in favor of the recommendations? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to Planning and Development Services, and that's Councillor Christensen. You now have the floor.
Planning and Development Services now in session. We have a presentation tonight by Elizabeth Latif, Park Project Manager and Parks Planner. Would you like to come forward and make your presentation, Ms. Latif?
Checking, 1, 2, 3. Great. Hello, for those that I have not formally met, my name is Elizabeth. I am the Parks Planner and the one that is managing the Parks and Open Space Master Plan. So just as a refresher, the Parks and Open Space Master Plan is a comprehensive strategy that will be used to guide existing and future parks to meet the needs of Fort Erie's residents, currently and for future residents. The project was awarded in 2017, and then the first round of public engagement occurred in 2018. During COVID, there was a pause, and now we have concluded and finished the public engagement round for 2018. And this presentation is meant to be a summary of the feedback that we've heard from the most recent community engagement consultation period for council to review. So just as a summary, we decided to break it up into 4 different sections. First, starting off with what we've heard from the stakeholders and from the town committees. Secondly, from what we heard and the comments that we received during the open house and emails that we received from the public regarding the Parks and Open Space Master Plan. Finally, we will touch base on some of the results that we received through the online survey, and then moving forward, how we're going to proceed with this project. So up here is a list of all of the stakeholders that we invited for the Parks and Open Space Master Plan. All of the organizations listed in bold are the organizations that we have currently received comments back from. So starting off with the sports stakeholder groups, overall capacity for the soccer fields and baseball diamonds are good. However, looking at projections for the soccer groups, they will need to have more capacity in the next 5 to 10 year time frame. Looking at areas for improvement, they all mentioned the fact that they would like to have improvement for maintenance regarding to washrooms, cutting grass, benches are worn, and also there are potholes for a lot of the driveways and parking lots. Serious concerns were raised for the baseball diamonds, particularly pertaining to Oaks Parks, as a lot of the baseball diamonds are not widely spaced apart, and a lot of the baseballs from the Cannons diamond fly into some of the other smaller diamonds where kids age range from 4 years old to 18 years old play. Also, the batting cage is not to code and cannot be used, as well as they would like to see improved infrastructure for the lighting and also increase parking for Ferndale Park. When it comes to the other organization feedback, we heard from the District School Board of Niagara, and they would like to work with the town of Fort Erie for a future elementary school located between Fort Erie and Ridgeway. We also heard the fact that Crystal Ridge is a great park because it offers a wide range of activities for baseball, tennis, soccer, play features for kids, and also an off-leash dog park. what we heard for areas of improvements, people would like to see more parks, options for seating for the sun and in the shade, also a recreational department to host summer programs, and lighting washrooms for the large parks, and also improve playing surface for the pickleball courts and tennis courts. When it comes to feedback that we heard from the town advisory committees, they stated the fact that Fort Erie has a rich history, great access to waterfronts and beaches, as well as the parks are closely located towards schools, community centers. It was also really stated the fact that Bay Beach is a great example as it has washrooms and also a ramp and mobility map for people who use wheelchairs. Also, it was noted that the Friendship Trail, splash pads, and natural hiking trails are well used, and also the rubberized surfacing for Douglas Park is a great asset. Areas for improvement, the group stated the fact that they would like to see more parks with historical plaques and also trails linking to the Friendship Trail. They would also like to see refillable water bottle stations along the Friendship Trail, as well as shoreline solutions that use naturalized planting. It was also mentioned the fact that they would like to see a running track, as well as more off-leash dog parks and sports pads, washrooms, particularly washrooms that have gender-neutral facilities, and then also exercise equipment that's suitable for all ages. We hosted 2 in-person open houses, one here at the Leisureplex and then one over in Stevensville. A total attendance was about 40 people. And some of these you'll see as a recurring feature. We had lots of people say that there was great access to the water, good active and passive spaces. Waste receptacles are well distributed throughout the parks. The Friendship Trail is great for walking and biking, and also the fact that Fort Erie has free parking for the parks, beaches, and trails. The public stated the fact that they would like to see stormwater management ponds used as passive parks, and also water access to Black Creek for canoeing and kayaking. They would like to see outdoor fitness equipment and also design preventions to keep ATVs off of the beaches. They would also like to have better wayfinding for parks and water access. And this also comes to for online. They would like to see parks and with like the list of amenities that each park hosts. And then in general, people would like to see more boat launches, street trees, barbecue areas, multi-use course splash pads, natural hiking trails, and also historical plaques. So in addition to having the open houses and also the stakeholder meetings, we also had an online survey that was open for 2 weeks. We had over 150 people participate within the online survey, as well as there was about 32 questions that were raised, but we will only mention some of the main points. So starting off, we asked residents how often they go to Fort Erie's Parks and Open Space. Almost 50% of participants said that they go to Parks and Open Space more than twice a week, following that with twice per week for 17% and once per week with 17%. We also asked what park features residents and members of the same household like to participate in. And in the lead, I'd also like to state the reason why it doesn't add up to 100% is because for some of the questions for the online survey, people could click more than one option. So starting off with the first one would be trails and cycle paths with 82%, followed by beaches and waterfronts with 73%, and then open spaces with 65%. We also asked which parks people like to visit most frequently. We had over 30 parks listed. However, these are the top 10 in sequence that we have, and I'll list the top 5. Friendship Trail, Waverly Beach, Crystal Beach, Bay Beach, and Ridgeway Village Square. We also asked what type of activities that residents like to do at parks, whether this is formal or informal. At number 1, with 81%, we had people like to run and walk over using the parks and open space, as well as dog walking for 52%, cycling at 47%, playgrounds at 40%, and then water play such as splash pads as 39%. We also asked, finally, what residents would like to see if a park was going to be designed or developed close to their home. And these are the top amenities that residents listed. They would like to see washrooms, naturalized areas, seating, shaded seating, open space, community centers. Parking was tied with gazebos and pavilions, along with playgrounds, fitness equipment, picnic areas, and cultural spaces such as band shells. So moving forward, we're consolidating all of the information that we received through the online survey, the open houses, and also the stakeholder meetings. And we're currently prioritizing the information that we have, and then we will be using that to shape the draft official master plan. We anticipate on having a draft Parks and Recreation master plan for council and also the public to comment on in late spring, with a finalized version from the comments that we received from that in summer 2024. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. That's really quite exciting, and look forward to the report. Do we have any comments from council, your worship?
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth. I know that we've been very anxiously awaiting this project to be completed, so we're looking forward to receiving the draft plan. I just had a question. I have a number of questions, but the one I wanted to ask you about was, you mentioned that one of the areas for improvement was to establish a public walking/running track. And was there any discussion about the size of that or the magnitude?
No, so this was just a comment that we received, the fact that they would like to have, like, I would perceive it as a regular track that you would see at a high school, but they just stated the fact that they would like to have a public track that people could, and the public could use for whether it's running or walking around.
Yeah, it's a terrible shame that we don't have access to that fantastic track across the street, because it really is a state-of-the-art facility. I understand why the school board is a little reluctant to provide open access, but I'm sure it's a good facility, and it's too bad it's not more open to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Thank you for your presentation, and I attended one of the open houses, and I thought it was very well done. For the online survey, you had a lot of stats there, which is great, but did you by any chance take the age of the participants?
Yes, so one of the questions in the online survey, we had the age groups, and it was divvied up in increments of 10. Well, for starting from anyone who is under 18, that was one group, and then after that, it was increments of 10. So people from age 18 to, I believe it was around 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and I believe that went up to 70, and then 80 and plus. Yes.
Thank you. I wouldn't mind seeing the age correlation. And did you correlate them with, okay, so we're a growing population, but we're also very much an aging population here in Fort Erie. So it'd be interesting to know where it's like 14% or 79% or 51%, how many, when they're kind of rating the different activities and what they'd like to see, what the age group for that, because again, Fort Erie is one of the older populations, and we're getting older, unfortunately, all of us. So it would be nice to know if there could be any correlation, because I'm sure all the younger ones would love to see a skateboard park and a bicycle, a ramp and everything else, but I don't think anybody in the older population would be given many points. So it's important to know kind of like which demographic we're aiming the activities for. And I think you're doing a whole around approach, trying to meet all the needs, and that's great. Just a thought. One of the things I saw was the community gardens, and I just wanted to, and there'll be a don't you agree at the end of this, that last year was our first year at our Fort Erie non-for-profit housing that we put in a community garden, and it was I can't tell you how welcoming it was and how supported it was by the residents of the unit. Now the other building wants one too, but they were going under renovation, so we couldn't do it. But I was amazed at the response for the community garden. So I don't think we have any community gardens in Fort Erie at this time, right?
Through you,
Other than the one at the, at the building that I just mentioned.
through you, Your Worship, Councillor Noyes. Currently, I do not have the numbers of how many existing community gardens we have, but if you would like, I can try to find the number for that for you.
That would be wonderful. I think that's a good direction to go in for all ages. Thank you.
Councillor McDermott.
Yes, thanks, Elizabeth, for your presentation. Very well done. I do have one question, and that was, you mentioned that the batting cages at Oaks Park are not up to code. Can you tell me when we found that out? And because typically it's a fence that's had a roof on it for some time. I'm just trying to figure out what part's not up to code. Or maybe you could find out for me and just send me an email, because the batting cages are, you know, kind of paramount to teaching kids how to actually hit the ball in a very safe area. So we wouldn't want that just to go to waste. If it's not the code, then I think we have to fix it. So if you could find that information out for me, I'd be grateful for that.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Councillor, we can definitely find that out. That was not made apparent to me until we actually had the in-person stakeholder meeting where we met up with a couple of the minor league baseball associations, and that was one of the things that they stated, and they mentioned the fact that they would like to use them. So I will look up and get back to you with finding which areas of the code that may not pertain to, so then we can address that matter.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you very much. We obviously are all looking forward to the report. I do have one comment with respect to the ages. When Crystal Ridge Park was completed, and I know there was consistent pressure from older adults in the community to put in pickleball courts, I can tell you, because I'm at the dog park every day, that in the summer, the number of people considerably under 30, maybe even 20, maybe even 10, who are out in the pickleball courts is amazing. The kids have picked it up. So, just for information.
Thank you.
Another presentation this evening. Mr. White, PLW and environmental consulting.
Thanks very much, Councillor Christensen. Lee White, 240 Jarvis Street for my office, and a block west of the subject parcel in relation to the lands in question. I'd like to introduce also Bryce Ivanchuk, who was the project proponent. He was with Mr. David Merritt from Peters Excavating, CFO of the organization, who was here as well. And basically, they would be one of the primary purchasers of the property, so it will maintain a local flavor to the ownership and commitment toward our town. Just as a little bit of a broad brush history behind the matter, and thank you, Councillor Noyes, for bringing this to my attention, but I think it is important to mention this, and it does relate to both of the matters under 9.2, relation to the draft plan approval of the existing subdivision, a 10-lot subdivision that is in place, as well as the proposal, the request for the Minister's zoning ordinance for higher density. Mr. Ivanchuk is the third owner of the parcel since that 2008, when the existing subdivision was approved. And he's had it since about 2016, when he originally purchased it, and has not been sitting on his hands doing nothing. His first task, which probably took 2 to 3 years, was redesigning the subdivision, because this rural estate residential subdivision had urban road cross sections and storm sewers that didn't go anywhere, and curbs and other things that really weren't appropriate for the rural development. So he's worked on that, and then with the current changes in the planning paradigm, more recently been looking at the potential to increase the density on this property in consideration or in contemplation with his neighbor, Mr. Stewart Wright, who owns the property to the east. And it's very important, when we get there, we'll see it come up on the screen where they are in relation to each other, because one of the comments of staff was that the typical process for how land gets brought into the urban area boundary is through a comprehensive municipal review. 2022, we had that undertaken by the region, and a lot of parcels were proposed, and some of which were included and some weren't, and quite a variety of them. At that time, Mr. Stewart Wright's parcel, which I'll bring up momentarily, and was contemplated and brought into the urban area boundary. That places it immediately adjacent to and touching this residentially approved property. So I think it's important to note that. I would not be here if Mr. Wright's parcel was not included in the urban area. It only makes sense to include this parcel in the urban area at this time because Mr. Wright's has been included. We're half a block from municipal infrastructure. And it would be passing through this new subdivision to get to where we are. And one of the proposals that's been put forward was install septic systems and wells or cisterns. That's not really good planning, in my opinion. I don't want to take a short-sighted approach to this and develop it exactly as it is approved, as much as we're asking you to extend the approval that had been granted previously. We certainly would prefer and think that it makes a lot more sense and is in the better interest of the municipality to have a denser development at this location, a block from Town Hall, Leisureplex, Ferndale Park, GFES. There's a lot of infrastructure and where it makes a lot more sense to have reasonable density. So I'll move forward with the presentation and certainly appreciate your time. We've got just a high-level summary here. Basically, we've got a proposal to expand the urban area boundary, one parcel to the west from the existing urban area boundary where it has been extended. I think I've got this. There's also been several iterations of a design that's been given consideration. We've removed townhomes and some other more dense types forms of development for this location and made it more singles, and also some unique singles that are narrower structures that take up a little less space, because ultimately one of the primary driving forces influencing attainable housing is the amount of frontage in front of those properties. That's the land is a good chunk of it, as well as the square footage. So affordable housing, or attainable housing, we're proposing over 100 on this property to be created. Provides a diversity of the housing mix. This is not something that's around yet is not totally dissimilar by any means, and it's primarily singles and smaller scale singles that would still have 20-foot rear yards. You can have your barbecue and swing set out back. It's not an apartment building, stacked towns, back-to-backs, anything like that. Would result in a significant increase in the tax base and an efficient use of land and infrastructure. As much as this is not currently served, as I mentioned before, it's half a block from sanitary sewers on Buffalo Road. I just very briefly bring this to your attention. So here's Town Hall right here, GFES across the street, Leisureplex right here. The subject parcel is right due south of Town Hall. sorry, this town hall, here's the subject parcel right here. This parcel right here, as we'll zoom in a second, is Mr. Wright's property that has most recently been included in the urban area. So we have single detached dwellings down here and over here, all of which are on septic systems, and Crescent Park right here, and we're in between them, just south of town hall right here. So this is the subject property right here, approximately 25 acres, give or take. And this is Mr. Wright's property right here. And this was most recently added to the urban area. So, as I was saying, there's a couple of connection points from his parcel to Buffalo Road, in addition to having the frontage on Nye Road. So these could be for access. Sanitary sewers right here is a logical connection point. Grade generally flows from north to south, and with about I believe it was a 3-meter drop from the north property to the southern end of the property. So gravity sewers are likely going to be going down, heading in this direction. So we can go through this parcel, you know, and Mr. Wright and Mr. Ivanchuk have been in extensive deliberations and consultations together. Mr. Wright, in pursuing the inclusion of his property in the urban area, has commissioned GM Blue Plan to do an infrastructure study, make sure that, you know, there's a reasonable possibility of capacity being available. And they were very specific and detailed in their analysis, and there were some improvements were going to be necessary, but, you know, in the scale of subdivisions, it was by no means overwhelming. I think one of the recommendations was along Buffalo Road, there's a 200 millimeter sanitary sewer. There's a proposal to increase that to 300 millimeters. But once you got down to Dominion Road, where you've got a 600 millimeter, it was not an issue, and then the pumping station did have capacity at this time. The biggest issue for that was wet weather inflow. The peak flows there were a lot closer to capacity than what the normal daily flows were. Daily flows, dry weather flows were about 15% of capacity of that pump station. So, as I'd mentioned, the staff rightly has pointed out that the typical process for getting land into the urban area is via comprehensive municipal review. I understand that that is the case. However, as part of a normal comprehensive municipal review, I would have not recommended this parcel without the inclusion of Mr. Wright's property immediately adjacent to the east of it. So it would not have made sense without that other action having taken place first. And also, it was mentioned that the land needs assessment identified the amount of land that was required for growth up to, I believe, 2051. That was done by the region and included and has been confirmed. That is not an obligation and a maximum that it's actually a minimum. Here's the minimum target that should be included. So the addition of this additional property here, as much as it will exceed what was included in that lands needs assessment originally, it certainly should not be overwhelming. And this property here is far more easily serviced than probably half the properties that were included in that land needs assessment. So really at high level, it did not make sense at the time the land needs assessment was prepared and that the region did their official plan, comprehensive municipal review, to include this parcel at that time. But now that it is, given that it's already approved for residential development, it makes sense to include it in the urban area and have this land developed at a more densely, at a higher density than would currently be permitted. It would be a shame to put 10 $3 million homes on here and have them there forever, because that's what it would be. Well, on septic systems and wells, a block from town hall.
I'd be happy to move that we extend the time for Mr. White to give his delegation. He's at 12 minutes now. So an extra, can you get 3 minutes? Is that adequate?
Prefer 5, if you don't mind.
I move that, Chair. We don't need a second during the committee? We need to vote on it, though.
Oh, yes. All in favor?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So this is the draft plan that we're requesting extension of 10 estate residential lots. And ultimately, as I'd mentioned, what does the town want? 10 single millionaires mansions or 100 affordable housing units on the same property that would ultimately result in higher taxes? Oops, let me go back one. This here we were requested to do by staff, sort of showing how the two parcels could be developed in conjunction. North is to the right of this screen with Mr. Ivanchuk's property on the top, and the bottom would be Mr. Wright's property, and you can see how it, all of those other properties fronting on Buffalo Road are also there, and how you could connect through that. That having been said, I will admit that the concept plan that's on the north end there, or on the top end there, has been superseded. That includes some townhomes and other aspects that were deemed to be less desirable, and we have revised it to come up with a concept such as this. This includes a total of 196 units, results in a density of approximately 20 units per hectare, which is not unreasonable by any means. A lot of these will be consistent with what's already around there. These are all 50, 60-foot lots. These are R1 zoning compatible, as are all of these in here. This would be a connection to Mr. Wright's property to the east, as well as the entrance off of here and connecting to Royal right down here as well. These here would be attainable units, which we're envisioning are going to be under $500,000 asking price, and they are smaller units. We've got a concept plan right here. They're somewhat narrower, but have a total of 1,320 square feet of living space, not including the garage. So they would all have garages internally, would have backyards that would be very much like smaller, higher density singles, which we believe to be more appropriate for this location. So this is basically just the cover sheet of the sanitary servicing report that was commissioned by Mr. Wright and does give consideration to the development of his parcel, and certainly tells a story for what would be necessary beside that. As I'd mentioned,
Mr. White, you're coming up to the 3-minute extension.
Okay. I'll take 15 seconds. The recommendations from this were that sanitary sewers be increased from 200 to 300 millimeters, and Dominion Road pump station was adequate, only wet weather issues and infiltration issues that had to be resolved. And I'll end with that and field any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to Mr. White. Thank you very much for your presentation. Good to see you here this evening, as well as Mr. Ivanchuk. It's very good to see everyone this evening. I just had a couple questions for you, and my first question relates to, as much as I hate this word, the synergy between Mr. Ivanchuk or the future purchaser of the property, as well as Mr. Wright's property to the east. Is the intent for simultaneous development here, or are we looking to perhaps like coordinate or phase development between the two parcels working in consort? The reason I ask this, we're not talking about running a sanitary sewer with no frontage or anything to get here first or anything like that, are we, Mr. White?
By no means is this competitive. This is very much cooperative. Stuart Wright gave us this report right here. You can see his, well, maybe his name's not on there, but it's in the text of the report. He had it commissioned and he had that done, and that fully is the understanding. They're neighbors and they're cooperating with regard to this. Staff has also brought up and given us the indication that individually, these parcels of approximately 25 acres warranted consideration individually for inclusion in the urban area. Collectively, they exceed the threshold that would trigger a secondary plan or a tertiary plan to, design this together. And, as much as we've got a concept here, the detailed design is not done. So we would certainly understand that that would be something that would have to take place. And that's part of the reason, sort of segue into the next issue, that we've requested the minister's zoning ordinance. We want to achieve one thing. We would like this parcel to be included within the urban area. And really is necessary for Mr. Ivanchuk. His other business interests require him to divest himself of this so that he can pursue the development of a larger parcel of importance to the municipality as well. So certainly want to achieve that goal. The other option that was suggested by staff was the Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator, which is a bit of a different program for which I doubt anybody in the region has got any experience. We're contemplated that, but that sort of goes beyond what we want to achieve. We want to get it in the urban area with, certainly have heard a lot of concerns and are prepared to work in developing an agreement or something like that that could be included in the direction to the minister's office, whereby we agree, we will not put townhouses on here. That shouldn't be a permitted use. Or back-to-backs or stacked, or identify a bunch of uses that we do not want there, a reasonably achievable density, which the purchaser could then use as sort of the basis for their moving forward marching order to finalize and do the detailed design here. The CIHA program, as I understand it, is more, you get a sign-off, you do the consultation, you do all the design, send that off to the minister's office and ask them to approve the subdivision. And you have a planner from the municipality sign off that, yes, this achieves what we've got here on this plan. We're not looking for subdivision plan approval. We're not looking to circumvent the normal consultation process to have a subdivision created and all of those fulsome discussions that need to take place. We want the property in the urban area so that we can transfer it to another party who's going to be in a better position to move forward and develop it. And there's going to be substantial costs involved in doing that detailed design, including the amount of time it would take. So the province has told us that realistically we're probably 2 years to achieve that CIHA program approval, whereby MZO we're looking at 60 days. So that's just the guidance that we're getting, and we don't want to force anything on the town. We're more than happy to sit down and work together to draft the letter to the minister's office that we're requesting, or resolution, or whatever form that may take, and say, we agree to this. Have it registered on title, do whatever we got to do to get this in the urban area and allow somebody to move forward with it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was actually going to ask if you had any opinion of the housing accelerator method. It's actually outlined in PDS 16, the subsequent report, but you actually outlined some of the concerns that were outlined in the report as well, so you answered my questions there. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. White.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen, to Mr. White. Mr. White, and the current owner purchased it in 2016.
Yep.
Since that time, we went through an official plan, changes and amendments, et cetera, et cetera. Was there any request at that time from the current owner to include this part within the urban boundaries?
There was not. It did not make sense, and I would not have said it was good planning at that time.
Okay, yes, okay, that there's well, you know this a lot better than I ever do. But when the official plan came forward, the draft, Mr. Wright's property would have been indicated on it that it was going to be within the official plan. So the current owner of this property knew that and still did not make a petition or say, hey, wait a minute, if Mr. Wright gets it, I want it too?
Yes, yeah, he was informed of that toward the end of that process and basically figured he would have been precluded.
So I just wanted to get that on the floor. Now, are you, you said first 100 units and then 196, but are you kind of combining Mr. Wright's and Mr. Ivanchuk's property together, or are we looking at 196 units?
On the proposed development plan, as it's shown there, it would be 196 units on this parcel alone.
Okay, not pressure one, because that's what I thought I caught at the end there. One thing we didn't hear from you is about, and again, I've been on council for a few years. I don't think I ever had a request for a minister's zoning order. And I did read the staff report, and I do kind of understand it somewhat. But you didn't touch on that, other than requesting a minister's order. And I'm not sure why you didn't kind of go into that a little bit more.
It's not the normal way of doing things. There have been a couple minister zoning ordinances in the town many years ago, and there, I believe, been 3 in the city of Toronto over the last few months. So it's certainly not, it's uncommon for the town of Fort Erie, and it's an unusual circumstance that we're in right here. We've got a property that's approved for residential development that I don't believe should be developed as it is. There's a better use for it. And now, not 2 years ago, but now, it's adjacent to the urban area and shouldn't be developed in a rural manner right adjacent to it.
Thank you for that. But there's always going to be a property that's adjacent.
Yep.
Okay, so, this is where the boundary is for the official plan. Isn't there always going to be property that's adjacent to it that say, okay, well, I'm right next to it, so I should get it too?
Correct. And if it has already been approved for residential development beyond a single detached or something like that, I would agree. And that has come up in conversations with staff, that what happens if the next guy to the west, very specifically, what if he wants to do it? And I've spoken with them. I said, I would recommend against it. And I believe that's what staff would do too, because they've never been approved for residential development, rural, urban, any other form.
And I appreciate that. One further question is that, and I mean this in the, I don't know how else to put it because I'm not really familiar with ministerial zoning order changes and how it kind of bypasses this and bypasses that. And there's no appeal period and everything else. There's no appeal for it and things like that. It seems a little bit of a runaround, the public consultation process. I know there's references in that there is some public consultation, but it does seem like there's no appeal. The council says yay or nay, or yes, we'll ask for the minister's thing, and that's pretty much it. And the minister decides, yes, that's a good idea, no, it's not a good idea, and there's no appeal. We can't, once we've checked off that box, we can't go back and say, oh, wait a minute, we've changed our mind, and the public doesn't really have any input into that.
That's part of the reason that we're pursuing being included in the urban area and not, we don't want this rezoned R3 site-specific. We're not going there. We fully intend to go through the process of consultation and everything as part of the secondary plan and the subdivision design. We're not trying to get around things. We're just trying to sit around and wait for 10 years. And we'll entertain this as part of our municipal comprehensive review then, because that's not an option.
Just one further question. You commented that if it was just Mr. Wright's property, which is already approved or whatever is in the official plan, but if these two properties were considered at the same time, then we would have needed a secondary plan, I think you said?
Basically, yes.
So why shouldn't we do that now?
It's going to take a long time. We're sort of going down that same path. All we want, does it make sense to include this parcel in the urban area? I firmly believe that it does, and most people that I've spoken with believe that it does as well. In response to your question about why are we going down this path of the minister's zoning ordinance, once it was established that Mr. Wright's property was proposed to be included, the direction that Mr. Ivanchuk received from senior planning staff was a minister's zoning ordinance is the way to go. If you want to be included, this is the way to go. And the minister's office is telling us a minister's zoning ordinance, this is the way to go. And we've been pursuing that now for 15 months.
Again, and I'll have to read the staff report again, but that's not the direction that the staff is recommending at this point.
Right, so 15 months ago, they say, do a minister's zoning ordinance, and then they tell us, prepare a planning justification report, and we do all of these things, and we got a recommendation that was not favorable, which we had understood was a possibility. And frankly, the conversations were, what happens if it is not? Well, then we appeal to council, respectfully request that it be included in the, that a minister's zoning ordinance be issued so that it could be included within the urban area.
Thank you.
Your worship.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. White, for your comments. You've certainly put forward the argument as to why we should be considering a ministerial zoning order. 15 months ago, the government had included in urban area boundaries greenbelt lands. Since then, they've taken those lands out of the urban boundaries for a variety of reasons, one of which was public backlash. So you understand that there's been a slight changing in the terrain relative to ministerial zoning orders?
Correct.
I guess what puzzles me is I've had discussion with Mr. Wright, and he acknowledges, Madam Chair, that the magnitude of these two parcels, if your client's parcel was put into the urban boundary, would require a secondary plan.
Yep.
And that would be a lengthy process.
Correct.
And you've also indicated that your client is quite content, or at least the purchaser of the property would be quite content to go through the typical process in terms of the development and how these lands would be developed.
Correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that right now, what the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing is focusing on in terms of putting lands into the urban boundary is lands that are shovel-ready. They're basically ready to proceed to build new houses, not something that may build new houses 2, 3, 4 years down the road. Am I wrong on that?
I think it could certainly be done more quickly than that, and I think it's far preferable to the option of wait until our next municipal comprehensive review, and we'll consider putting it into the urban area at that time.
So that was a clever way to circumvent my question, which was whether it takes 2 years or 3 years, these lands would not be, if we supported a request for a ministerial zoning order, we could not say to the minister, these lands are shovel-ready.
That's correct. I would also add that they're far more close to being shovel-ready than a lot of the properties that were more recently included.
And I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, Madam Chair. There was, as you're familiar with, a study done by the municipality at the request of the region during the official plan process to identify lands that could be put into the town's urban boundary for residential purposes. You're familiar with that study?
Correct, yep.
And I think you indicated to Councillor Noyes that Mr. Iwanchuk's lands were not any of the candidates that were considered.
That is correct.
Mr. Wright's were.
Yes.
And my recollection is that the initial official plan urban boundary expansion proposal from the region did not include Mr. Wright's parcel.
Yeah, that's part of the reason that it sort of was more delayed in its consideration, yeah.
But there was a period of time during which Mr. Wright hired lawyers and planners to put forward the case as to why his lands should be put into the urban boundary. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
I was not retained until July of 2023, which is well after that.
He and a developer of property to the west of Gorham Road, to the north of Far Avenue, went to the process where they hired lawyers and planners to put forth fairly persuasive arguments as to why their lands should be included in the urban boundary. That didn't happen with this parcel.
That's correct. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the other example. Yeah.
Okay. And you may not know the answer to this, but if these lands were put into the urban boundary, are they more valuable than if they're outside the urban boundary?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
That's part of what the necessity of doing it now, is so that he can proceed with his other development with the proceeds of the sale of this one.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that that's a justification for a request for a ministerial zoning order, but I hear what you're saying.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. White.
Thank you.
presentation. We have two reports this evening. First one, on PDS 15-2024, extension of the draft plan.
So moved. So moved.
So moved, okay. So that report is on the floor for questions and comments. Councillor Noyes.
This is, I'm sorry, this is report PDS 15-2024, the Nye Road?
Yes.
Also, okay, so this is the old Nye Road, not the new development we just heard. Right? I just wanted to make sure. So basically, this report is asking for an extension for 2 years. Staff is recommending 1 year, and we're going back, well, this has been existing for a while now, since 2008. So we're back to discussing the 10 single lots with septic, and basically all this report is asking us to do is that to approve an extension of 1 year. Am I correct on that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Push it
That's
down
all.
the road. There are no comments, no further comments. Can I ask for a
vote?
Vote, yes. Okay. Councillor McDermott?
We're voting.
We're voting. Oh, carried. Next report is PDS 16-2024, the request for the minister's zoning order. We'll move it. It's an information report. So all in favor? No, you want a
Questions
question?
or
You've got a question?
comments?
Okay. All right. Yes. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I read this and went over some of the options. The housing accelerator was one thing mentioned, and there were certainly some caveats there with, or caveats, sorry, I mispronounce that all the time, with regard to, you know, the public process and how it gets approved. I'm open to this, and the only reason I'm open and I'm willing to even entertain this idea is if we can square down some attainable housing, that there really has to be something that the municipality gets out of this, and I think we're moving in that direction. But I'm just wondering, perhaps Ms. Delory or a member of staff can answer this question. I don't know if this is still an option, but I recall, and I believe the city of Welland has used this. Is there not another option where a municipality can, up to a certain size of a parcel, request that it be included as part of the urban boundary? Or did that change as part of the planning changes that happened with 109 and 23? Because I recall Welland was applying for urban boundary expansions. I do not believe they were MZOs, and it was separate from the municipal comprehensive review. So I'm just wondering if there's even another option here, if that door's been closed.
Delory.
Madam Chair, through you to the councillor, I think we have Mr. Hare in the council. He would be able to answer that question.
I don't think the mics are on anymore. To answer your question through the chair, I am not sure what tool they would have used. The comprehensive review or the MZO would have probably been the tools that are available to them.
If I may follow up, Madam Chair, I believe I recall it was an option up to a certain size, and I believe I even recall our planning staff mentioning it, were up to a certain size of a parcel, but it was a separate process and you could only do it so often. I may go and do some research on this myself, but I don't know if that option is still available to us because all the Planning Act changes that have occurred. But I'll look into that myself. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Aaron, I'm wondering if you can, again, you did explain in the report that staff is not in favor of the ministries going that route. Can you explain it in kind of like Anne Marie language, so I can understand it.
Well, one, at this time, the province has said that they're not accepting any more MZOs. That's on their website. They're creating a new process for MZOs, and they've been very clear that they're not accepting any new ones until this new process has been defined. That's one of the reasons why we're not recommending it, as well as it's not something that, as it was previously mentioned, is something that the town has actually asked for before. This is something very new to us. It's, again, outlined in the report. It's sort of a slippery slope. If we allow it here, are we going to allow it everywhere or entertain it for any property that's adjacent to a municipal boundary? Again, there is a proper process through a local comprehensive review that was done by the region in 2022, and the land that we needed to meet our needs until 2051 has been assigned to us.
Thank you for that explanation. So, again, I'm going to be supporting the staff's position on this, and I think the mayor mentioned a few really good reasons in regards to, the kind of bypassing the normal process and the official plan, and people who had property and wanted it included in the official plan, followed the process, hired the lawyers, and et cetera, and it either was approved or not approved. And I don't know if it's fair to other owners of the urban boundaries that did go through the work, did get the approval, and now have an expectation that, that they're, like if you kind of spread it too thin, then they're all kind of perhaps going to be somewhat disadvantaged. I don't necessarily disagree with with Lee that this is not, it makes sense, but it should have been done a few years ago. It should have worked through the process then. And I do think that adding the two pieces of property together at that time would have triggered a secondary plan. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Your Worship.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to support the recommendation in the report, but I've got to say that there's a lot that appeals to me about the idea of being able to develop these two parcels at the same time. The difficulty that I see in terms of asking for a ministerial zoning order is we have to go through a process even to do that, which is going to take time. And I know that Mr. White has indicated 60 days. We'd have to hold a public meeting, and we'd have to, as part of the process, and then get it up to the minister. And we can't say to the minister that we actually have a piece of property that is ready to go. All we need to do is get it zoned. It's easily serviced. The owner of the property could service the land. He could run his services through Mr. Wright's property. That doesn't make any sense to me. I believe that Mr. Wright is working with Mr. Iwanchuk, and I believe that this has a great potential to move forward. But we already know that we're going to require a secondary plan for the size of the development of the two parcels, and we're trying to build a complete community. My discussions with Mr. Wright have always been very, very satisfactory. He is legitimately interested, as I believe is Mr. Iwanchuk, in trying to provide housing that will fit exactly what we as a community want, with affordable units as well, to assist us in that regard. So I think the problem is the timing, and I would really encourage staff to work with both Mr. Iwanchuk, the prospective purchaser of the property, Mr. Wright, to see how we can get this on track. If there's going to be a secondary plan in order for this property to be developed, we've already got an agenda of secondary plans that staff are working on, but we do have a process whereby developers can pay for the expertise necessary in order to run that process. So that would be one thing that we'd have to be looking at. And then we'd have to look at the zoning and the built form, et cetera, and work on the affordable housing piece of this. How much can we assist the developers? What will the lots look like? What will the buildings look like? So I'd be quite happy if we can get to a stage where we're realistically capable of moving this forward. I wouldn't be averse to a ministerial zoning order, but I think that we're way premature at this point. And I think if we ask and it gets turned down, we're not going to get a chance to go back and ask a second time.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Hare. So are there any further comments, questions? Councillor Lewis?
Thank you. I just want to make one comment with regards to the application, and that is in the last, number of year and few months of being elected, this is the first application that's really come before us that hasn't been a whole bunch of townhouses or a whole bunch of things that we really don't want to look at. So I do think the developer needs to be commended, as well as the planning staff that are working with him, for thinking outside of the box in terms of coming to us with something concrete and something that is desperately needed. I know I campaigned on the need for more housing, and that includes all types of housing, whether it be affordable, attainable, or those more. We have a housing crisis, and we need more stock. I just had one question with respect to the process, and that is a planning justification report was requested of the developer, and at the same time, I believe the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing still had on their website that they were not entertaining any new MZOs. But I'm just wondering why, if the case of not moving forward with an MZO or potentially being supportive of an MZO, would a planning justification report be requested of the applicant? And I don't know who might be the best person to answer that.
Yeah, all I can say with regards to that is Mr. White is going to send me the email from that staff member so we can get to the bottom of it.
Okay, so that's something that still needs to be looked into, I'm guessing?
I was brought into this process a little bit later on, so I'm not familiar with the past 15 months. But yeah, we'll touch base with Mr. White and we'll figure this out.
Okay, thank you. And those are my only comments at this point. Thank you.
Essentially, I concur with the comments that have been made. I think it's intriguing. The timing is the issue. And yes, in terms of looking outside the box, it's intriguing, shall I say. But I think we can call the question, we can vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, I turn it back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Christensen. That then takes us to infrastructure services, and I understand, Councillor Noyes, you're going to be doing an encore.
Yes, I'm doing my swan song, I've been told. So, anyway, infrastructure services is now in session. There are no presentations and delegations. There are no reports. Any new business inquiries? Seeing none, business status report. Any questions on that? Seeing none, infrastructure services is now closed, and I hand the chair back. See what you missed?
Thank you very much. I'm thinking maybe I should have voted for you to remain. No offense, Councillor Lewis. That takes us to corporate and community services, Councillor McDermott. Sorry, Councillor Flagg. How quickly we forget.
Thank you, Your Worship. Corporate and Community Services now in session. This evening we have two presentations. The first, Jane Davies, Manager, Museum and Cultural Services. She's going to do her very best to keep it to 10 minutes.
Well, you can see me? Oh, that's okay.
Where's comfortable for you? Is that okay?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity this evening to share with you museum services programs for 2024. Museum services will be supporting Objective 2.2 of Council's strategic plan, which is to foster opportunities to support and promote culture, the arts, and history through education and communication, increase in the number of publicly available community programs for seniors, adults, and children, both in the summer and winter. Culture has been identified as one of the 4 pillars of sustainable communities, along with social, economic, and environmental considerations. Museum Services helps to preserve and interpret Fort Erie's unique identity, resulting in a collective awareness and pride of place. We all share a responsibility as stewards of Fort Erie's irreplaceable heritage. To support that cultural pillar, here are some of the museum's programs for 2024. Built Heritage Designations. We support the planning department by helping to access information within the museum's collection related to 34 properties on the Heritage Registry that are being considered for designation. Artifact conservation. Ensuring the long-term stability of artifacts is critical for long-term public access. This involves preventative conservation, repair, or restoration. The exterior of the caboose was completed last year, and we are investigating costs and options this year regarding repairing the interior. Research. We respond to requests for information about the town's history and people's genealogy. Some of these users include businesses, newspapers, residents, other departments, university students, book authors, international partners, and visitors to Fort Erie. Built Heritage Pre-Demolition Documentation. This program documents structures before they are demolished. The face of the community is rapidly changing, and by taking photographs, recording where these structures were located, and when they were torn down, that information is not lost. The gift shop program. Both the historical and railway sites offer gift shop services. This entails operating a small store where visitors can purchase historical type items. When tourists return home from visiting Fort Erie, these souvenirs help to promote the town to their friends and family. Marketing. The focus of this program for 2024 is the website and social media posts. We are building content, and the communications team has been very helpful with sharing that content with users. We encourage everyone to follow the town's Facebook page, which will feature the museum's programs on a regular basis. File management. The museum's existing filing system will be merged this year with the town's Tom Room system. We are working with the clerk's department on this project with the shared goal of ensuring that information can be accessed efficiently and storage space then devoted to other uses. This entails reviewing thousands of pieces of information in hard copy and digital files. The MCHAC. Museum staff support the council-appointed Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee and the Museum Services Subcommittee. The members on this committee bring community concerns and suggestions to the museum, and they set priorities for the museum to achieve during their term. Memorial Fund and donations. This program offers opportunities for the community to support museum services through financial donations. The In Memoriam book is on the website and currently contains 330 names. Filming. Normally, we work with various TV news stations and YouTube hosts to provide content related to Fort Erie's history. This year, we are partnering with the EDTC to host students from the Toronto Film School who will be making a movie at the Fort Erie Railway Museum this summer. Parks Development. We provide background research to the planning department related to park naming applications. The latest research we provided was in response to the proposed name Snake Hill Parkette and the thousands of years of history that happened at Snake Hill. Exhibits. This year's exhibits include completing the memorial to the Ridgeway 9, unveiling 3 new heritage plaques at the Railway Museum, continuing the outreach exhibits at the library, a program that began in the 1980s, 4 exhibits in the Town Hall atrium, and looking into options for exhibits in the Leisureplex. Children's Discovery Program at the museum. This program features hands-on activities, scavenger hunts, and take-home crafts. It was offered at the Historical Museum during March break at daycare centers in the spring, and will be run at the Railway Museum during summer vacation. Celebrate and share your stories. This online program encourages residents to share their photographs and written oral histories with the museum related to the following communities during these celebration months: Black history, Jewish heritage, Asian heritage, Indigenous history, Mennonite heritage, women's history, and 2S LGBTQI+ history. Celebrate the Railway Museum's 50th anniversary. It was 50 years ago that steam engine 6218 arrived in Fort Erie, marking the beginning of the Railway Museum. Celebration activities are planned for May 24th and will be shared on the museum's website and the town's Facebook page. School programs at the museum. Curriculum-based programs are available for grades 2 to 8 on archaeology and Indigenous history, Fort Erie's early settlers, and the Battle of Ridgeway and Fenian raids. These programs are located at the Historical Museum, Mawinja, and the Battle of Ridgeway site. Artifacts from the museum's collection. This is a bi-weekly online program on the town's Facebook page, sharing artifacts and stories from the museum's collection. Historical reading series at seniors' residences. This program will share local history stories and photographs, prompting many memories for residents at the town's 5 senior long-term care facilities. After-school history at the museum. This program for Cubs, Scouts, Brownies, and Guides is geared towards their badge requirements. It is located at both the Historical and the Railway Museums. Mondays at the Museum Volunteer Program. Volunteers will be transcribing land records from Bertie Township, Crystal Beach, Bridgeburg, and Fort Erie from the early 1900s, thus making this information more accessible. Celebrate Bertie Township Hall's 150th anniversary. In 1874, Bertie Township Hall opened. It was the home for municipal government for almost 100 years. The building is now the Fort Erie Historical Museum, and activities to celebrate this anniversary are planned for July 6th and can be found on the museum's website and the town's Facebook page. Photographs and memories, stories from the museum's archives. This is a bi-weekly online program on the town's Facebook page to share photographs and stories from the museum's collection. Museum Edu-Kits, History in a Box. These edu-kits are geared to the school curriculum and ideal for homeschool use or for use for teachers in their classrooms. Topics include Fort Erie's early settlers and the Battle of Ridgeway and Fenian raids. Researching your family tree. An interactive program will be offered in August at the Railway Museum and will focus on tracing your family's genealogy. This will include what resources are available locally and online and tips on how to evaluate sources. Genealogy and local history questions are also answered regularly throughout the year through email or appointment-based sessions. History Happened Here, weekly self-guided tours. This weekly online program is ideal for new residents. It will encourage people to take a walking, biking, or driving tour to check out one of the heritage plaques in town. Stand in the spot where history happened and learn about what makes Fort Erie unique. These social media posts help to share Fort Erie's artifacts and unique history with the community. The communications team has done a great job of supporting this program, as have all citizens who like and share these posts with their contacts. In conclusion, I will speak to one of the reasons why culture is one of the 4 pillars of a sustainable community. This why can be summed up with the following thoughts from poet laureate Maya Angelou. We are not like blades of grass that can be cut and scattered by the wind. We are like oak trees with deep roots. And knowing that you are like an oak tree makes you stand a little taller and walk a little prouder. Museum services helps people and the community at large know about their deep roots, which fosters community and identity and community pride. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davies. Any questions from council? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor Flagg. Thank you for your presentation. I was very interested in the school program and the Scouts and the Brownies and the other programs. How was the attendance this March break?
March break, we're still doing the daycare centers, so I don't know the total number on that yet. So the daycare centers and March break were all combined together, and we're still interacting with the daycare centers.
Okay, thank you for that. In regards to the what you've offered for the after the school program, how many schools are accessing that information?
We'll know once we get it out there. And actually, all the targets are going to be on the Invisio dashboard, all the deliverables, and that will be available to the public and to council. So you'll see all of these programs because they're part of the strat plan, and the deliverables, they'll be on the dashboard.
Okay. When did the school program, the Scouts and the Brown, I think they're wonderful programs, don't get me wrong.
Thank you.
When did these, it was news to me.
Yes, this is the first we've announced them, so we're very excited to share them with everyone. And then we will start to reach out to schools and reach out to Brownies and Guides groups and track the numbers on the Invisio dashboard.
So with some of these programs, did they just start this year, or are they like 5-6 years ago? Or?
Every year is different with museum services because it's a rotating focus model. So this year we're going to be offering all of them. Some have been offered 15 years ago or 20 years ago, but this year all of these will be offered.
For the list that you had, how many were offered, let's say, last year?
I'd have to check that, and I can get you last year's offerings for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Don't know. I think that was all my questions. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Councillor Christensen.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Ms. Davies, I enjoyed your presentation. I noted that July 6th, that you're going to be celebrating the former Bertie Township Town Hall and current museum in Ridgeway. And I'm wondering, are you planning to engage the Ridgeway BIA, because we're going to be planning Ridgefest for that weekend, so it could be.
Yes, we picked, through you, Councillor Flagg, to Councillor Christensen, we picked that date on purpose because it was Ridgeway Fest, and we thought that that would be a good opportunity for a community partnership. And one of the programs for that anniversary is we will be inviting Councillor out for a photo session. You'll notice the picture on the slide showed a previous councillor in front of the town hall, and we're going to get a current council picture for the 150th anniversary.
I think that a partnership with the BIA would be not only critical to allowing people to learn more about the museum, but also to enhance the capacity or enhance the attraction of Ridgefest. So it's a real win-win. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Others? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Davies, for your presentation. Couple of questions here. One being, do you see a natural connection between heritage and arts and culture?
Yes, for sure.
Perfect. And just moving on from that, on the museum website or the Town of Fort Erie website, the museum page, it mentions the strategic pillars of the Museum Services Board. And I know one of the ones that jumped out to me was helping to satisfy the intellectual needs for the community. And I just wanted to ask, of the museum's strategic plans, how do you measure the success of those pillars? And an example would be the intellectual needs of the community.
Yes, I believe that answer was covered in an email to council, but I would love to talk about it tonight. Thank you for those questions ahead of time.
Well, those weren't all mine, but
That's somewhere, yes, thank you. So helping to satisfy the intellectual needs of the community, what does this mean and how do you measure this? So a very brief answer to a very broad concept is that a community has several needs, including physical, social, economic, environmental, health and welfare. Intellectual needs are knowledge-based, and they include the following needs: the need for certainty, establishing a base of accurate information upon which decisions can be based; the need for causality, understanding the past to learn from what happened and avoid repeating past negative outcomes; the need for meaning, making connections between the past and the present to develop a deeper understanding of our current community; the need for structure, organizing thousands of years of history into frameworks and presenting this information through means that are easily understandable and relevant; the need for shared knowledge within a society, helping different groups of people and past cultures share their history to understand one another better; and the need for learning, essential to the development of compassionate and cooperative societies, the success of organizations, and the personal pursuit of happiness. Knowledge and information are what we use to make our societies better for ourselves, those around us, and those who come after us. So that's just a really brief synopsis about the intellectual needs of the community. So then giving some thought on how to measure that, the existence of a museum and cultural services section within a municipality, employing professional and qualified staff, relates to credibility and accountability. Following museological standards and norms relates to quality control and cost reduction. Adhering to the International Code of Ethics for Museums relates to trust and the reputation of the corporation. And then the delivery of programs related to sharing accurate information representing the broad scope of Fort Erie's history.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer. So back to the question, how do we quantify or measure those needs? And do you feel we're meeting them?
Yes, I do. I mean, a quantification can be a yes-no answer. So yes, the corporation has a museum and cultural services section. Qualified professional staff have been employed who follow museological standards and norms, who adhere to the International Code of Ethics, and deliver a slate of programs, which we talked about tonight, related to sharing accurate information representing the broad scope of Fort Erie's history.
Thank you. And if I may continue with the programs that you've mentioned tonight, some of which are new for 2024 and some of which are existing or reoccurring events. You don't have a quantity of how many of the current events that you've spoke of tonight are events that have happened in 2023, 2022, or post-pandemic?
I can get that information to you,
That
yes.
would be most interesting and helpful to see, and I would appreciate that. I'm sure as some other members of council. Another question that I had is, how many volunteers currently are working with the museum services? What is the process for recruiting volunteers, and what types of activities do they work on?
The volunteer program's rolling out right now. It's Mondays at the museum, so it'll be mornings and afternoons at the Railway Museum, and that's the program where they'll be transcribing land records. We will be advertising that and doing some recruitment through the town's Facebook page and the museum's website. And we're very excited to get this program rolling. There's a very special skill set we're looking for that a very select number of people have, and that's the fact that we need people who can read cursive writing, and that is a skill.
And you spoke about 2024, but historically, how many volunteers does the museum use?
That's different every year, depending upon the programs we're using.
So you'd be able to provide that information to
Yep.
council as well. Thank you. Outside of the memorial fund, what other actions or opportunities does the museum take to raise money annually for the museum, and what might some of those examples be?
The Memorial Fund and donations are the two main programs. And I think I mentioned the Memorial Fund has brought in several $100 a year to over $100,000 a year. So it's a very successful program. It gives people a chance to celebrate the life of someone special in perpetuity. And that program's been very successful. The other one is donations. People like to donate for a specific project. Through either a capital project or an operating project. And that money goes right into the operating budget. The Memorial Fund is invested in perpetuity.
And thank you for the clarity on that. How much is traditionally raised in fundraising? And does the museum ever look at having fundraisers? And I guess the follow-up to that would be, how does one know about this? Because that's the first time I've heard of this, other than the Memorial Fund.
Right. It is on the website, and we have brochures out in the lobby of the town hall and at both museums. That's really how we would advertise it.
Thank you. And in terms of the website and in terms of social media, I know most recently since January there has been quite the increase in activities promoting museum services, which I think is great. Prior to 2024, scrolling back through the Town of Fort Erie social media accounts, I don't see a lot of activity in terms of museum services. So is this something new?
Yes, it is. We're very excited about it.
And why so long?
We now have resources this year to do this kind of work.
And if I may continue, just a couple more questions. Are there any marketing activities, or how does the museum market itself? You mentioned in the email to council that there's signage on the QEW and number 3 highway.
Yes.
I'm not aware of any signage on the QEW that promotes the museum, but I could have missed it.
Yeah,
but I'm just wondering, how do you promote?
It's a Todd sign on the QEW for the Railway Museum, and on Highway 3, it's for the Historical Museum.
Okay.
And we have brochures that we put out at visitor information centers. But the main promotion that we're getting the most bang for our buck from is the website and the Facebook pages. Just the few social media posts we've done in the past 6 weeks have a reach of 60,000 people, so it's very successful. We're thrilled with it.
And as have I, and I think most members of council as well. You mentioned you have resources now to do it.
Yes.
And I'm just curious, what were those resource changes this year from previous years?
Yeah, this year we have a contract person who was hired for 2 years to help with the Built Heritage designations and the reports to ARA to designate these possible 34 properties. The majority of her time last year was spent on that project, and we went full out on this. This year, it will just be following up with ARA, and it's a lot less time needed, so we can devote more time then to supporting museum services and these programs. So we're very grateful for that resource. You're going to see you have a lot of new programs this year, and we're very thankful for that resource.
Okay, and I do have a couple of other questions, but I will yield my time to some other members, if there are any.
I think his worship has some questions.
Okay. Yeah, just looking here. In terms of artifact circulation, how often do the artifacts get circulated? And again, how are people made aware of that? I use, for an example, the website for the museum that I'm currently looking at right now. If I were to go on there and look at the Fort Erie Historical Museum in Ridgeway, it doesn't tell me anything about what's in the building.
The website is under development, so not all of the pages are up to date yet or have been refreshed yet. I believe there were videos on that page showing what was in the building. But honestly, I don't know which ones are up to date yet or not. We're working with the comms team on that, and every page will get up to date eventually.
Okay. Well, those are my only questions. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Your worship.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jean, for your presentation and for all the work that you've done over the many years. I just had a couple of questions and somewhat following up Councillor Lewis's. I know that there are a significant number of artifacts that the museum owns. And I don't know what the number is. I'm going to guess that you have a pretty good handle on that. But what percentage of the artifacts that the museum has would be displayed, in any year over year?
I'd have to do the math on that to get a number. Normally, museums have 80% of their collection in storage at any one point in time and 20% on display. I'm not sure if we're reaching that target yet because the physical space we have for displays is quite limited. We are looking in this year into expanding possibly in the Leisureplex, and we're going to be getting costs and options for council to consider in the next year's budget on that. And there are also other public buildings that the municipality owns that we may have a chance to expand in. You notice I wasn't here for the entire time tonight. I was out in the lobby with a tape measure measuring up some possibilities. So we're looking at any options we can find to get more exhibit space. We share that goal.
Thank you. Has there been an initiative that you're familiar with at any time over the last couple of decades to try to secure more adequate space for the museum?
Yes, and I can get you the facts and figures on that. There have been 10 times since I have been here where the museum board and staff have tried to get more exhibit space. And at each time, it was either started and stopped, or it wasn't allowed to start, and that was because of competing priorities, financial considerations. Some of these projects got to the point of actual designs and a $4 million grant from the province and the federal government. And then council decided not to partner on that. So I understand competing priorities, but the museum board and staff have been trying for 37 years, and I can get you that list of 10 options and disappointments.
I'd be very interested in that, and I think the rest of council would be as well. We're at a point where we recognize the importance of our history and heritage.
Thank you.
Whether it's natural heritage or architectural, and certainly the history. Is there a program where, and I know this would be quite intensive, where there is digital access to portions of the collection?
We are working towards that. That would fall under collections management. Right now, our focus is on programs because of the strategic plan. So you've given really clear goalposts, and we appreciate that. So we know from the strategic plan, we're going to hit those goalposts. We would love to have collections management as a goalpost, and then we could put more resources, let you know what resources are needed to hit that. There's quite a lot of work would be needed to get to digitization. We're not the only museum working towards this. And in fact, there is a Canadian Museum Association conference tomorrow, and is a hot topic at that, and how to help museums get there.
Okay, I'm interested in that as well. And then finally, Chair, we had asked, and we typically receive from the museum some type of indication of comparison with other municipalities. So I don't know, and I don't know that other members of council have any idea as to how Fort Erie compares in terms of its museum services with other municipalities of a similar size, maybe of a similar age, in terms of, the facilities that we have available, the artifacts that we have available, what the cost is for the services that we have. We just don't have a handle on that. Is that information that you have available that you could provide to us?
We're digging into that right now. We have some of it ready to go. I can tell you at a high level, Fort Erie has the broadest scope of heritage from any other municipality in Niagara, the deepest amount of heritage, the most amount of stories to tell. We have 5 sites, and we also have the lowest number of staff. But we're getting some more hard numbers about costs for that, and we'll share it with council.
Great, that's very much appreciated. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Jean. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Flagg. Just an add-on to one of the mayor's questions in regards to the artifacts and the, you mentioned you're working towards that to get the list, and you talked about putting it on the computer.
Yes.
Digitizing it there, I got the word out. How far down the road are you with this? Like how much of, what is the percentage?
Well, council passed a standardization plan in 2010. Don't quote me on that number. I'll have to verify that. And at that point, it was a 15-year project. We have been taken off course by other competing priorities, so we will not hit this by 2025. But basically, it's verifying the information, and we're chipping away at it. I would love to spend more time on collections management. This year will be spent on programs.
Well, what is the percentage?
I'd have to look that up. Yeah, I don't know offhand.
Okay, thank you. Back to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and just a couple of questions while the mayor, when I looked through. One of the questions I had was Mowinza at the Peace Bridge, and it's currently closed, has been for a while, was originally explained as the reasoning being COVID. Why is it not open, and why are people not able to access it currently?
That was one of the subsequent questions I would get you in the next email. I need to get some information from the Peace Bridge Authority on that.
Okay, and then one of the other questions I had was, I'm sure you've heard about the Crystal Beach Museum.
Yes.
I was wondering if the museum has had any involvement with the newly coming Erie Road location?
The people involved have reached out to the museum for advice, especially on conservation questions or exhibit questions, and we've been providing that advice to them.
And would you not, do you see if there is a community group that is trying to open up a museum to show more of the history of that part of town? Would you say it is because of the lack of meeting the intellectual needs?
I can't speak on their behalf. I don't know.
And then lastly being, I know almost 2 decades ago when I sat in the same seat and had conversations with you over multiple presentations to council, at that time the museum was putting together a list of artifacts, and that was prior to occupying the mentholatum building, and I'm assuming the list needed to be created for that purpose. Is there a list of artifacts that belong to the museum?
That was one of the questions I'm going to answer in a subsequent email. It's quite an involved question. Yeah. Okay. We're working on those last 5 questions on that email are things that I'm working on, and we'll get to you.
So in terms of yes or no, whether a list exists, it does or it doesn't, or you don't know, or where are we going?
It's the definition of the word list. That's why it's an involved question.
Okay, I look forward to that. And then lastly, with respect to artifact being accepted by the museum, how does the museum determine the significance for that artifact, and if it is something that is of interest to the museum or for preservation? Maybe can you walk us through how you determine something is an artifact, how it meets the intellectual needs, and whether you keep it or tell the family that's looking to donate it that they should maybe, I'll use the example of a camera, maybe it needs to go to the camera museum. How do you determine that?
Yeah, that's an involved question too. Let me do a very high level answer, because it's collection management and there's a lot to it. It's a course at the master's level. So at a very high level, it needs to tell a story of Fort Erie. It can't be a souvenir from a trip to Egypt. Like, there has to be some relevance to Fort Erie's history.
Okay, and relevance is based on some internal process or criteria, or how is that determined?
well, the story itself will determine the relevance. So if someone says, I brought this back from my trip to history, even though that's a resident of Fort Erie who traveled to Egypt, the story that artifact tells really is of Egypt's history, not of Fort Erie's history. But if someone says, this is my grandfather who ran this general store on Ridge Road, and this is the ledger from his store, then that story itself would give the relevance.
Okay, so all of the items that are in museum's domain have a historical significance of value
Of
to
some
the community.
level, yes.
And lastly, I just want to make a comment that I'm happy to see you here tonight. I was glad to have the conversation with you and Councillor Christensen a number of months back at the request. But I do hope to see more of you. I do hope to see more posts for things that are going on in Fort Erie. And thank you for the presentation tonight.
You're welcome. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Davies. Just one further comment from myself.
Yes, sorry.
The in memoriam contributions, drop some off to the local funeral homes. It's something after 40 years of doing that I didn't know existed.
I will do that.
So it'd be a good
that.
spot for those two. All right, thank you very much. And Kevin, good evening. Thank you for waiting around. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
And for all
Council.
your hard work over
I'm gonna have
the
to move
past few
this up.
months. Yeah,
the
move
top.
that up.
All right. Good. Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. Thank you, councillors and staff, and CAO McQueen. I'm the manager of communications, and I just have a brief presentation here. I'll try to be cognizant of the time. I also am here to address a question from previous council by Councillor Noyes about what was done for the official plan. So I'm going to cover that in the presentation, and then I'll dive sort of Wizard of Oz type style, go behind the curtain of what comms does and show some analytics and some information about our website and some of the things that we do to help communicate out to the town. So I'm going to actually drive. All right, so we use a model called a hub and spokes model. Basically, everything that we do drives back to the main hub, which is our website. So any communication avenue that we use, we like to drive all of the traffic back to one location. So we have an opportunity to track that information. We have an opportunity to modify or update that information. And as you'll see, a lot of these channels or tools help to inform you about what we have to offer staff and to council. Essentially, we operate as an internal agency, so a lot of the different departments will rely on us for our expertise in communication. So we obviously use social media. It's a very big one. It's at the top that I just showed. We have about 8 channels, roughly a cumulative number, 28,000, so close to 29,000 total sort of followers and viewers on our social media channels. Our Let's Talk platform is an engagement platform that planning uses quite a lot for projects, but we've used it in different, earlier, the presentation from Elizabeth, she mentioned a survey, so we use that platform to help facilitate those surveys. There are 1,117 sort of active project followers, but they could be engaged at any time. So throughout all the projects they've accumulated inside the database, so we can target them when we need to communicate with them. We also use some organic and paid radio. So radio's been actually a really valuable tool for us because it's very targeted to Fort Erie. The 101.1 team has done a really great job targeting our community, but also giving us some organic, which organic is just unpaid. So any news stories, they'll cover them. And we work with Jeff Waterfield quite a lot to do interviews and do stories with mayor and different types of opportunities through radio. The Fort Erie Observer is an interesting one, so I'll get onto that one shortly. In the next slide, we'll talk about the state of sort of print and what's happened in the last little while. Our email, I wanted to mention that there's only 26 editions of the Observer, so we only have 26 opportunities to get in there with any type of advertising we do. I provided at your stations a sort of a recent one we did for the eclipse to show you what kind of ads we can run. It's a tabloid style, which I'll get to, but a tabloid is a bigger, nicer quality paper. And then, of course, media relations is a huge one. We spend a lot of time, for example, during the eclipse CP24 coming out to Bay Beach. We accommodated them. We provided them with Wi-Fi access. We provided them with a staff area where they could access a private area that Sean Hutton facilitated. So and then they replied with a thank you saying how they really enjoyed the sort of red carpet treatment. So I think building those relationships with media and having them asking us for interviews, having them cover our stories, having them care about what we're doing, having them watch council meetings, and then write stories about them. Like, these are all the things we want to do to have a strong relationship with media rather than relying on us to push out to them. They're coming to us and they're polling and requesting information from us. So organic stories and interviews, basically same, that organic is just free to us, so anything we don't have to pay to put into the media is good. So we use those opportunities to build free opportunities for us to build media. So I just wanted to sort of touch on the current state of media. Everyone generates media continuously. We all have our phones. We're all constantly sharing information. We're taking pictures now. We can do videos. We all have our own social media channels, which all of council, are all active on social. Metroland was our largest provider of newspapers in Ontario. They declared bankruptcy on September 15th, 23. The Fort Erie Post was our weekly, which we used quite often to communicate through advertising and also with media releases and other type of communications. That ceased to operate almost instantly, so we kind of had to do a pivot, figure out what we were going to do. We started to build a relationship with the Observer. Jen Wilkinson over at the Observer has been a really great partner. We've worked with her, and I'll show you some of the creative things we've done. I also put those at your stations. These are some cards that we've created, that we've done some distribution through the Observer creatively to save money because they actually have them hand delivered by Canada Post. And if we were to take these cards and ask them to deliver them on our behalf, it's about twice the cost. So we save quite a bit of money. The circulation, it does pose a bit of an issue just because it's every other week instead of weekly. So we've had to navigate around that timeline with planning and other departments because of the requirements for advertising. So we've shifted more towards the digital channels that we have, growing our digital channels, directing people to our website. So because it's easy to update, it's easy to make corrections, that we can provide timely information. A good example is if a story breaks and the paper doesn't print for another week and a half or 2 weeks, then it becomes very stale and we're out of time sensitivity. And it also acts as a great resource for residents, so they can access it for updates pretty much any time on any device. So in July of 2023, July 1st, actually it was more the end of June, but that was our launch date on July 1st. We launched our new website. It's been a lot of work leading up to it. Cole and I, our communications team, basically spent close to the better part of a year working on a lot of other projects, but this was one of them. And I just wanted to give you some stats so you can understand the sort of size of the website. 411 pages, 830 documents, which include media files and images. And we converted fillable PDF forms into online forms where a person can enter the data and submit it through an online submission. So that became quite a service to people. 82 forms now. They don't have to download them and scan them and upload them back up. So the analytics since the launch of the site in July till the end of March was 636,000 views. So views are the number of times the page was hit. Sessions are actually how many times a person arrived at the site. So that shows probably a person arrived for a session and viewed the page twice. So it's a 327,000 views. And then users is also half of that. So they also would have probably used the site around 2 times in the last year. Some of the key features, the multi-access design menu and overhauled homepage. So there's a number of ways to get to a number of places. The homepage has a large menu system and a number of sort of what we call like feature boxes where you can get to different places. The news feed was added to the site, which allows for media releases and news updates and announcements, microsites for fire museums and EDTS. Large impactful imagery. Accessibility was a very big, important part of the development of the website. Mobile, user-friendly, streamlined way to contact town staff. Email messaging is obviously a very important one to us because we own that channel. We have about 4,461 people on our list. I just wanted to show that we've grown significantly in the last couple of years. By 2,000, almost 3,000 people on our list. So we're continuing to drive growth to that channel so we can communicate directly with people through email. It's also been part of our emergency strategy to communicate out any emergency information and get growth that way. We manage, like I said earlier, we manage 8 social media channels. This just shows some of the growth. Facebook is one of our higher growth numbers with about 2,500 in the last year. And then the performance metrics there just show that in the last year we've reached close to almost 885,000. Our followers have also grown up to 9,300 or 9248. And we just I wanted to use an example of ways that maybe council could work with our communication team to get more information out on your own channels and make it easy for you to share the town's information. All these social media platforms have an algorithm built into them. Basically, the more we share and the more we like and the more engagement that happens on a post, the more likely it is for the town's information to spread and get further growth, and the channel begins to grow even further. A good example is CAO McQueen has a very significant following on LinkedIn, and in the last year he's had 246,000 impressions, and I only tell you this because we leverage his size of his audience and his channel to grow our own channel. So we're working diligently to do that on all of our channels, wherever we can leverage other channels and other opportunities, community groups, and your channels. We will do that. So I think there's a great opportunity for us to continue to keep working on the growth of all of our channels. This answers the question raised by Councillor Noyes about the official plan. So we created these cards for planning through Anamika and Aaron Hare. We worked together, created these cards, got them the distribution through the Observer to 14,000 households, delivered by Canada Post. We had a QR code back to the website. We also created the Let's Talk page where people could interact with the project, and we did social media to support the official plan. This just gives a quick summary of the 2 Facebook posts and the 2 Instagram posts, which total almost 7,000 people reached. And we also had 2 spots in our email newsletter that goes out every month that to give information about the official plan and the focus group. And then we also use that list on Let's Talk to send out a newsletter to the 1,117 people registered on the Let's Talk platform, which resulted in 59 applications for the focus group. Bless you. So similar, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to move that we extend curfew. We've hit 10:01 p.m. Yeah, dare I say, 10:30 PM, sure.
Bless you.
Discussion? In favor? Sorry for the interruption, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Similar initiative, dealing with the winter storm Elliott last year was quite an eye-opener, and we realized that people weren't as prepared as they needed to be. So we put an effort on promoting the 72-hour kit. So we've done that in a lot of areas, but this was just one I wanted to share. Again, the postcard, got it in the Observer. We did it right in November, right before bad weather was potentially to come. 14,000 twice, so we got a total coverage of 28,000 households in 14,000 households twice received these cards, and so they're just a little, I left them on your station so you could review them after, but they're a great opportunity to see which radio stations you should tune into and kind of a checklist on how to prepare yourself for an emergency. That was very successful. We also partnered with the CMP, and so we did a cost share, so it only cost us half because we wanted to partner with them because of the impact of the storm on the power last year. They were more than willing to participate in this, so it was a great initiative then. I just wanted to do a little case study quick about the eclipse. So we had, obviously it's very significant, or it's very relevant at this time. So 10 eclipse pages launched on February 2nd. We were out of the gates really quick. From my understanding with the LAMs and other groups, we were kind of at the forefront of putting out information about the eclipse and setting up a section of our website with eclipse related pages. So our analytics for up until, so that's basically 2 months of analytics, 14,000 views and 22,000 users. We put out 12 posts to promote the event in different ways, promoting and also promoting safety and emergency was part of the messaging. You can see them there, 162,000 impressions. I think the interesting thing I mentioned earlier are the reactions and the comments and shares and clicks are all what we would call engagement. So the more engagement we have, the better sort of reach we end up getting. Facebook or any other social platform will give us more credibility the more that happens. So that sort of builds on itself. We also ran 2 radio spots, as I mentioned earlier, through 101. We had 2 different spots running. One was preparedness, and one was promoting our donation drive and our glasses giveaway. So that ended yesterday. 2 full-page ads, which I showed earlier. The full-page ads ran in the paper. So we do realize that there is a vast demographic in Fort Erie, so some do like digital, and we do still see the need for using paper in some cases. It can be very effective. We put out 3 e-blasts or email newsletters to our email group, and we also put out 3 business notifications to about 550 people on an email through the EDTS database that we were given. Obviously, media relations were important. We were hoping to have more. I did talk to a few other national media outlets, and we did receive CTV, which is Bell Media, CP24, and they were quite happy with the service. Oh, sorry. So I just wanted to touch on something that's important in communications, is the community engagement, that's pretty much what our main objective is to engage the community and have them care about the things we're doing, have them care about the things we're saying. So we gave out the nearly 30,000 glasses through a decision that was made through our Eclipse planning team. And we decided to do an exchange for a donation through the 3 libraries and the town hall. So we raised, as mayor, kind of took the lid off of my news, but it's okay. Yeah, we're still going. So it was like 12,227, I think we were at. The library still has a bunch of items to sort and count, which they tell me will be done by Friday. These are the great organizations that received many thousands, around four rounds of what you saw down in the lunchroom. We've kind of taken over that as our command center. You can see it in the corner. A lot of food's been sorted. We also had a relationship with MIAC and GFES students to come in, help us to sort, because it was very difficult to manage the quantity of donations we were receiving. So that was really, this entire sort of fundraising effort was a great way to connect all of the pieces of the community together. And they are coming tomorrow to receive the remainder that we have downstairs, which is about 2,300 items. I'll just power through this really quick. We work a lot with EDTS. We did a campaign in the summer. We wanted to welcome Buffalo, our good neighbors, back. So we targeted them along with the Niagara campaign. That was a digital campaign that reached about 1,244,000 impressions. The most significant thing here is that we created a vanity URL to tourism, and then all the links you see are actual actions. So people were taking actions and going to a page that was specifically created to receive them. At the same time, the EDTS team had a billboard campaign running, and you can see there it reached almost 1 million people in Buffalo, Syracuse, and Rochester. We ran a winter campaign for Fort Erie. It was something about winter charm. I forget the exact phrase we used, but that's the data there. We also created a summer promotional and a winter promotional video with EDTS, among many other sort of smaller projects we worked on together. And then I just wanted to touch on some quick highlights. We worked with Bev Bradenham quite a bit. She's our manager of strategic initiatives to help with presentation decks and banners and the strategic plan, just to make it more presentable, to make it what it is in presentation decks as you see them distributed. The Visio platform, as also mentioned earlier by Jane, and that's managing all of our strategic initiatives. So our team is an admin on that software. We help with the inputting of data and sort of managing of data. E-scribe training through the legislative and clerks team. We did the training. It helped to change the format of council, which you're enjoying, hopefully now, using. We also, in 2023, raised $7,300 for United Way. We do a staff newsletter every month, every other month, and an e-newsletter every month to the community. We cover flag raisings, the Mayor's Forum through the DEI Coalition, grand openings, and then that's kind of where I left off and just put a lot of images to show you how awesome it is. I'll be honest, this is the content that people really enjoy the most on social. And we've noticed the analytics really respond to all of these activities. The comments are positive, and it's just really good content. So thank you, councillors, for attending those events, and for comms for getting the photos, and we get them out there and make sure that everybody gets to see the great job that you've done. And thank you, and very much for your time and effort, and appreciate you letting me speak tonight.
That's it?
Anything else? No?
Any questions? Here.
Yeah, let me start off by saying thank you for the work that you and Cole have been doing. You've done a fantastic job. It's really been very important. I still think that we need to make sure that we get more messages out first, but I know that you've had a large number of things on your plate. But now that you've finished many of them, I guess we can get around to that. But no, you've done an excellent job, and thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and I agree with the mayor's comments on that as well. And certainly communications in the world of communications is often overlooked and often underappreciated, because it is often done on the napkin on the corner of a desk as you're running out the door. So congratulations to you and the small but mighty team. I did have one question about the website, because I think it's wonderful. I've had a lot of responses back from residents that find it wonderful. It's great to be able to go on there and actually find something, and it's even better to later go back and be able to find what you found the last time, which often was a perpetual circle that never ended. But I have one quick question, and that is, in a previous role, I was involved with a commodity group that sold a product to an ethnic market, and our community is changing. It's vastly different than 20 years ago and will be vastly different 20 years from now. And I'm just wondering if there's any ability to add a translation app onto the website, because I know Google Translate has improved. It's maybe not what you'd want for court if your life is depending on it, but it has improved. But I'm just wondering, has any thought been given to that, given the fact that there are lots of newcomers to Ontario, lots of new people moving in from the GTA, and English is not, a first language for many of these people?
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. Yes, actually, when we were developing the site, we were looking exclusively at using Google Translate, but Google has now discontinued the use of Translate, and a lot of the browsers now have ability to translate languages. So, for example, if you moved here and you didn't speak the native language, you could switch your browser to translate the website, and it would easily do that for you. If we determined that we needed to do a tool or something, we certainly look further into a tool that could be used interactively. But I think a lot of the browsers are aware of that, of the multicultural aspect of the world, and I think that they've already sorted that tool or that feature out, Councillor.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. Through you, thank you. You did a great presentation, and what a change in the last
Thank you,
last
Councillor.
2 years, right?
Thank you.
During your presentation, there's 3 things that came to mind, the 3 sayings: build it and they will come. The other one's lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And the other one was you don't know what you don't know. So any 3 of those could apply.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're hoping that it's build it and they will come is the one that, and you are building it, and hopefully more and more people will come. And I'll say this, I said it before, I don't get the Observer. My neighbors don't get the Observer. I don't know why we don't get the Observer. I would definitely check into it with,
Sure.
We don't have a mailbox, but even my neighbor who has a mailbox, Uncle Cork gets his. Well, we actually go to Uncle Cork's and get his from his mailbox. It's not consistent, and it's not across the board. And can I just have a showing of hands? How many here get the Observer delivered to you? Okay, that's 2 hands out of, some of the time, right? Okay, so you have 7 of us.
Yeah, I
and-
get it.
Okay, so 3 of us get it regularly, 4 of us don't. And we all come from Fort Erie, and that's just council. So it's just an example that,
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I can't really speak for the distribution of the Observer, but I certainly can talk to Jen Wilkinson and find out how it works. She has moved from 13,000 to 14,000, which she has expressed as a full circulation, a full coverage of the town. So, and she also does distribute them to different businesses and community groups. So there may be opportunity to work with her in the media relations sense and get more distribution where maybe you could access them rather than them being delivered. I know the town hall gets them every 2 weeks. So.
yeah, and I do know that they are sometimes delivered to La Pharmacie and Stevensville, but you have to actually be there early enough to get one because they're all gone, which is a good thing. But again, not everyone gets them for some reason. I don't know why. If she's sending it to 14,000, maybe we're 14,001. I don't know, but I'm not getting it, and my neighbors aren't getting it, so.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, all I'd like to say is we're not using that exclusively, and we're certainly not building it and waiting for people to come. We're pushing out information, and like I said, with the spokes model, we're driving it back to our website. So the idea is we build it, and we want to keep pushing people to come back and encouraging them to use the tool and making it better where we can if there's opportunities.
Just remember, we don't all have internet, particularly in Ward 6, just to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Christensen.
Thank you for your presentation and for the excellent work that you and Cole do.
Thank you.
I will say, this is just a comment in that I've observed over the last couple of years the number of people who appear to know an awful lot about what's going on in Fort Erie has increased almost exponentially. I've heard a lot less complaining about not knowing what's going on, And this is from a wide range of people. And I don't know, maybe it's just that most of the people I know are using the internet, but the other thing I've heard is just immensely positive feedback about the changes to the website and the use of social media. So that's something that I think you really should know.
Thank you, Councillor. Thanks very much.
All set? All right. Appreciate that, Kevin. Maybe you can help Chris update his LinkedIn photograph.
I'll work on that. Yes,
All right.
sir. Thank you, Chair.
All right. So we'll carry on. 11:2, we have no reports. Any new business inquiries? New business inquiries? No questions on the business status report? You good? All right. Seeing none, back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flagg. We have a closed session that we're supposed to be going into. Anyone like to move that we do that? Councillor Dubanow, I saw you first, so we've got 13 minutes to get this done. All those in favor of going into closed session? Opposed? Okay. Duly noted. We're back in open session, and you don't, since it's committee, you don't need a seconder. So, Councillor Lewis, you have the motion for us to rise and reconvene from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by nobody, the council now rise and reconvene from closed session at 10:53 p.m. with report that council receives report PDS 1101-2024 to the April 18th, 2024 special council meeting, and further that council directs that.
Yeah, we don't need to do that now. We've dealt with that.
Okay.
Because we've dealt with that.
So I'm going to do a retake.
Okay.
Moved by myself that council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 10:53 p.m. with report that council receives report PDS 1101-2024, and that council directs that the community focus group be substituted for stakeholder engagement sessions to be organized by staff and include all applicants in order to facilitate a broader engagement process. And further, that council receives the response to inquiries regarding amps, tickets for municipal property owners.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Lewis. That then takes us to scheduling of meetings. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, thank you, Worship. This Wednesday, April 10th at 1 p.m., the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee will be meeting here in Town Hall in Conference Room 1. My understanding is that this will just be a heritage-related meeting and that there won't be a museum meeting this week coming up. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm sorry, did you have your hand up? Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Crystal Beach BIA meeting tomorrow night at the Crystal Ridge Library at 6 p.m.
Anyone else? If not, Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship, I'd like to move that council and committee adjourn at 10:54 p.m. this evening, 10:55.
All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Worship.